ask or present 4 questions, or address at least some of those questions. What have been the challenges so far with regards to agriculture policy, its implementation, and the way forward? What is being done about these various challenges, and what have been the results thus far? And lastly, I would like to maybe say a word or two about what we as researchers should be looking at or considering in our daily research activities. Let me characterize a region, which is basically the SADC region. And we go back to 2000, year 2000, when it was, after long research, it was determined that there are a number of key challenges that the region was facing. One of them was lack of effective structures, lack of effective institutional, including policy frameworks within the region. There was lack of clarity on obligations among the various actors, be they researchers, policymakers, and so on. There was lack of clarity of obligations. Who does what? The lines of authority, the lines, the roles and responsibilities. It was perceived that there was a lack of that. Inclusiveness, there was hardly, and therefore it's something that we as researchers should help bridge, and that is inclusiveness in our work together with the policymakers. I think Professor Tudori talked about evidence-based policy making and implementation. I think that is very, very crucial and something that we as researchers ought to have at the back of our minds as we do our work or continue our work. Acknowledgement, or sometimes conflict between the different levels of policy implementation or policy development. There is quite often lack of coherence, lack of synergies between what different levels of policy formulation and implementation. In this case, between the regional level, which at this point I'm making reference to the SADC region, and the member states that constitute the region. Another group of challenges that was faced in 2000 and still very much applicable today, lack of monitoring and evaluation systems. Hardly much that is there, or if they are not synchronized. Performance standards and mechanisms to enforce implementation. I'll come back to the issue of implementation. And it was one of the key challenges that was faced then in 2000 and still very valid today, lack of research and poor information management systems. Evidence shows that there's lack of evidence in policy formulation, and particularly in policy implementation. So where are we? Where is our work being felt? What influence can we, or which areas should we begin to influence? So this basically characterized what SADC was in 2000 and what they then went about to do, which goes back to 1992, was, I do apologize, it's a bit crammed, is to formulate policy. And between 1992 and about now, there's a minimum of 35 high-level protocols, if not more. In fact, the last count, I think they were probably about 45. I don't have all of them yet. 45 protocols, policies, and strategies that have been implemented, or that have been developed, let's put it that way, that have been developed since 1992. But what has been the result? In a nutshell, the result so far, since 1992, in SADC, is that the levels of physical deprivations are very high. The levels of stunting, wasting, underweight, extremely high. The level of human development is extremely low in SADC. So what have we been doing? Where have we gone wrong? With all these policies, with all this work that's there, and you, the researchers, where have we gone wrong? What must we do? I believe we need to have a relook at generally what we call policy. What is policy? And I'm not here to lecture or to say what policy is or to define what policy is, but from a practical perspective, based on the experience gained over the number of years, we need to look at the elements of what policy ought to be. The first is we need to be very clear that within policy, and what generally we tend to call policy are usually statements of intent. Nothing more but statements of intent. The next level that we need to look at very critically are the results chain. Again, I need not lecture you on the results chain and the results frameworks. What causes what? And this is where us as researchers, we need to play a critical role in looking at those results chain and therefore pinpointing the critical trigger points, areas that we ought to be able to, if we take sufficient initiative, we ought to be able to break it down. Investment plans. We talk about investment plans. To what effect and level do we develop investment plans? Or to what level do we prioritize what needs to be done and when? And how much investment are we putting into that which needs to be done and when? Implementation and management. When we create and when we craft policies, we hardly think about its implementation and the management of it. The monitoring and evaluation systems. Those are so critical that in developing policy, one needs to look at all these 5 elements in order for it to be called policy. Otherwise, what we simply do are statements of intent that have ended up simply on the shelf. And therefore, the results that we have currently in the SADC region. We need to be very effective and look at policy from a very different perspective. And I'm suggesting that we need to look at all these 5 elements. And for me, if you don't have one of these 5 elements, we don't have a policy. We need to be able to implement what we have put down. On that note, I'd like to thank you very much indeed.
Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Bébsé Mouandjemanal, je viens de Madagascar. J'ai travaillé à l'Observatoire du foncier à Madagascar et auparavant, et je reste engagée, je suis consultante maintenant, et je reste engagée dans les travaux de recherche et d'expertise avec l'Observatoire du foncier et le CIRAD. Je suis ravie et honorée de présider cette première session de la journée. Cette session qui est le reflet en fait de la diversité de notre réseau de jeunes africains et experts, mais aussi des anglophones et des francophones. Notre session ce matin a pour thème la gouvernance foncière et les droits fonciers. Chaque intervenant aura 15 minutes pour présenter l'essentiel de son papier. Donc on est très très strict là sur le temps. Chers collègues, je vous remercie de respecter le temps imparti. 5 minutes avant la fin des 15 minutes, je vous ferai signe. Nous allons, sans tarder, commencer par Ibrahim Ka. Ibrahim Ka, donc, qui est juriste, chercheur à l'initiative Perspective agricole et rurale IPAR au Sénégal et doctorant à l'université Gaston Berger de Saint-Louis du Sénégal. Il axe ses travaux de recherche sur la réforme foncière en cours au Sénégal et la sécurisation foncière rurale. Et il est venu nous présenter les défis de sécurisation foncière rurale dans les contextes de sociétés rurales ouest-africaines, en mettant en lumière les expériences du Burkina Faso et du Sénégal. Merci d'accueillir Ibrahim Ka.
I would just know if everyone is okay with the translation. We are on channel 2. Just you put it on, press. if you need help, just raise your hands up. You need to plug in the headset and then press on. If you still can't get it, then you just raise your hand. Because he will be speaking French. So we're ready to say? Okay, cool.
Merci. Merci Cyriac. Merci à tous les organisateurs de nous avoir permis de se réunir aujourd'hui à Captain pour parler de questions importantes pour nous tous, les questions foncières. Je vais vous faire une présentation sur les défis de sécurisation foncière dans les contextes de ruralité en Afrique de l'Ouest, en se basant sur le Sénégal et sur le Burkina Faso. Je rappelle que je suis en train de faire ma thèse sur le Sénégal et sur le Burkina Faso sur cette question, mais pour les besoins de cette présentation, je voudrais tout simplement poser une question. Quelle est l'adéquation des offres de sécurisation foncière en milieu rural? Et pour cette question, je voudrais aborder tout simplement deux points. Quel est le contenu de ces offres et quelles difficultés, quel ancrage empirique? Alors, si vous voulez, aujourd'hui, on est confronté à un défi qui est celui de trouver une réponse qui soit adéquate par rapport aux besoins de sécurisation foncière de tous les acteurs. Et je rappelle ici quelques mots de professeur Sandra Traoré, effectivement mon professeur, qui lors des rencontres foncières à Bujumbura en 2011, disait ceci, que la majorité des États en Afrique de l'Ouest avaient oublié de sécuriser le foncier, obnubilés qu'ils étaient par les politiques de développement, surtout agricoles, qui mettaient plus l'accent sur l'exploitation de la terre en vue de l'autosuffisance alimentaire ou de la culture de rente, que la planification et la consolidation des droits. Peut-être qu'au lendemain des indépendances, les États étaient beaucoup plus focalisés à mettre en place des politiques de développement plutôt qu'à clarifier et à consolider les droits fonciers. Le résultat est celui qu'on connaît aujourd'hui. Une difficulté dans la pratique foncière, une difficulté dans les enjeux de sécurisation foncière. Mais il faudrait aussi ici peut-être dire que la sécurité foncière, c'est un objectif de jouissance paisible d'un droit qu'on a sur une terre. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui cette sécurité on la sent? Est-ce que les paysans la sentent? Allez-y, promenez-vous un peu à travers les territoires ruraux africains et vous allez faire une réponse. Mais aussi la sécurisation comme processus, puisqu'il faut penser, repenser et repenser encore, parce qu'il est extrêmement difficile, je pense, de trouver une forme de sécurisation foncière qui soit viable pour tous les acteurs. Ici, le fait d'avoir la sécurité foncière comme objectif, mais la sécurisation foncière comme processus avec beaucoup d'étapes, ça renvoie simplement, à mon avis, au principe d'amélioration continue dans les directives volontaires. Vous ferez peut-être la remarque, ce n'est pas en 2011, mais plutôt en 2012. Parce que ce principe d'amélioration continue nous dit, oui, une question se pose à vous, vous donnez une réponse. Elle n'est pas satisfaisante, vous créez encore une autre réponse. Et par rapport à ces besoins de sécurisation foncière, ce qui est en train d'être fait au Burkina et au Sénégal, je rappelle tout simplement que pour le cas du Burkina, on a un régime qui est en stabilisation, puisqu'il y a quelque chose qui a été fait, et cette chose-là, c'est qu'aujourd'hui en Afrique de l'Ouest, peut-être le Burkina est l'un des pays à quand même constituer une référence. Peut-être que je remarque je salue la présence parmi nous de notre doyen Mamadou Goïta qui est du Mali, qui est en train de mener le processus de réforme foncière au Mali. Mais on reconnaît qu'aujourd'hui, dans l'Afrique de l'Ouest, le Burkina est en avant par rapport à tous les autres pays, y compris sur la question foncière, en mettant en place une nouvelle ingénierie de sécurisation foncière, un renouvellement de la réflexion sur le foncier entre 2012 et 2012, qui a conduit à une politique nationale de sécurisation foncière à milieu rural en 2007 et à une loi relative au foncier rural en 2009. Mais aussi un régime qui répond tant bien que mal aux 5 dimensions de la sécurisation foncière. Comprenez la sécurisation, la sécurisation des droits, la sécurisation des usagers, la sécurisation des usages, la sécurisation des ressources et la sécurisation des transactions. Il y a une réponse qui a été tentée pour le cas du Burkina. Pour le cas du Sénégal, je pense qu'on est aujourd'hui dans un processus, dans une fabrication de réformes. Le résultat n'est pas encore atteint, mais depuis 1964, on traite une vieille loi de 1964. Et cette loi, peut-être les gens disent qu'elle ne correspond plus à la situation actuelle, aux besoins de sécurisation foncière des acteurs du foncier. Il faut changer cette loi. Mais une chose est de déclarer qu'on veut avoir des réformes, une autre chose aussi est d'y parvenir. Et c'est toute la difficulté qu'on a eu une succession d'échecs dans les processus de réforme. Depuis 1996, depuis 2002, depuis 2004, depuis 2005, 2012. Et on a un déclic en 2013 avec la nouvelle alternance, avec la mise en place d'une commission nationale de réforme foncière, qui a permis de fabriquer un document de politique foncière avec peut-être l'ensemble des acteurs. Et cette politique foncière a été validée tout récemment, en octobre 2017. Maintenant qu'on a une politique foncière, le nouveau challenge, c'est effectivement d'aller vers la transformation de cette politique foncière en acte législatif réglementaire qui puisse encadrer le foncier dans une perspective effectivement de consolidation de réforme. Donc voilà une présentation un peu rapide de 2 processus peut-être au Sénégal et au Burkina Faso. Mais il y a beaucoup d'efforts effectivement, parce que je pense que le propre de l'homme, c'est de faire face à des challenges, à des défis, mais aussi d'y trouver une solution. Aujourd'hui, je suis très loin de chez moi. Quand je regarde la carte, on est sur les 2 bouts. Mais j'ai pu venir ici parce que peut-être l'avion a été créé. Donc sur la question de sécurisation foncière aussi, je pense que c'est la même chose. On fait face à des questions et on trouve des solutions. Alors, mais ces solutions-là, on peut souvent d'emprise sur le réel. Parce que les populations rurales sont dans une situation, permettez la répétition ici, qui fait que les réponses qu'on leur donne, certainement, ne sont pas adaptées à tous les coups, à leur vécu. Et le résultat, il est celui-là. Un parallélisme normatif, un pluralisme normatif, où on a une concurrence entre le droit écrit, mais qui est ignoré par les populations, le droit coutumier, qui est combattu souvent par l'État, mais qui est pratiqué par les populations, et entre les deux, un ensemble de pratiques opportunistes et qui finalement ne donnent pas une visibilité sur les questions foncières. Aujourd'hui, souvent, les magistrats ont de sérieux problèmes pour appliquer le droit parce qu'ils ne savent pas à quel droit se fier. Le droit écrit ne correspond pas effectivement à la situation des ruraux. Quand moi je fais une formation à Dakar et que je dis dans les communautés, oui, la loi dit qu'on n'hérite pas des terres, mais les vieux me regardent. Mon fils, d'où viens-tu? Pourquoi est-ce que tu viens nous dire qu'on n'hérite pas de nos terres, alors que moi j'ai hérité des terres de mes ancêtres et je compte, mes enfants vont les hériter en eux-mêmes. Voilà donc un décalage entre le discours juridique et l'ancrage sur le réel. Mais sur le cadre juridique, plus souvent je pense qu'on a aujourd'hui des principes forts en matière de légistique qui prennent en compte la clarté, l'intelligibilité et l'accessibilité de la loi. Vous faites une loi qui n'est pas, bon, on ne peut pas dire que la loi n'est pas bonne parce qu'elle est faite par la représentation nationale, mais elle n'est pas adéquate, peut-être. Mais il y a un défi sur la complétude de la norme. La complétude de la norme renvoie à qu'il faut que la loi soit visible dans tous ses aspects. Je vois devant moi Goretti qui est magistrat qui pourrait peut-être en dire davantage. Vous avez des systèmes de loi qui ne sont pas complets. Vous avez des textes, mais des lois, mais les textes d'application ne sont pas là. Finalement, on se retrouve avec un vide juridique qu'il faut combler à tous les niveaux. Mais aussi, est-ce que ces lois-là, est-ce que ces systèmes juridiques atterrissent sur le fait social? Je vois que une question qui est importante, et je cite le cas du Burkina ici, c'est qu'on fait des politiques, oui, mais on ne voit pas comment ces politiques-là s'ancrent sur le réel. Au Burkina, on a eu des projets de sécurisation foncière avec LCA, avec le DRAC, qui ont essayé de mettre en œuvre la loi. Mais sur 8000 titres qui étaient annoncés, finalement, c'est une centaine qui a été faite. Pourquoi? Parce que, surtout pour les femmes n'avaient pas d'état civil. Donc, voyez comment les domaines sont liés. Vous voulez faire un processus de sécurisation foncière, mais il faut partir de la base qui est celui de l'état civil. Si vous n'avez pas d'état civil, évidemment, vous ne pouvez pas avoir un titre. Et voilà un problème. Donc, un projet avait effectivement échoué pour le cas du Burkina. Non seulement parce qu'il n'y avait pas de moyens ouverts, mais parce que les gens pour qui il était destiné n'avaient pas le minimum, c'est-à-dire l'état civil. Vous voyez donc dans nos pour le cas du Sénégal, je vois aussi qu'on met l'accent sur le titre. Oui, c'est bien d'avoir un titre. Mais quand je vois que pour les titres, certaines communes nous disent, nous on ne peut pas donner des titres aux éleveurs parce que ça ne correspond pas à la situation des éleveurs. Les éleveurs disent, nous on ne veut pas de titres parce que nous ce qu'on veut c'est accéder aux ressources. Voilà donc aussi une question qui se pose. Finalement la question des femmes aussi. On dit oui, les femmes doivent accéder aux terres, doivent contrôler la terre. Mais quand on est dans nos foyers, dans nos groupes, on voit la réalité qui est autre. Comment adresser ces situations-là en se basant sur le fait réel? Voilà une question qui se pose à nous. Mais je voudrais peut-être questionner aussi, faire une question sur l'archivage. Et vous demander d'observer cette photo. C'est une photo que j'ai prise en mai 2014 dans une commune rurale du Sénégal. Et je suis sûr que la situation n'a pas changé depuis lors. Elle montre un responsable de la commune qui est en train de chercher un titre. On veut avoir un système, mais est-ce que dans nos communes, on peut avoir un système de sécurisation foncière qui soit durable dans nos communes, mais est-ce qu'il y a les infrastructures qui suivent? Évidemment, pour le cas du Madagascar, vous avez des guichets fonciers avec un système d'archivage beaucoup plus conséquent, mais chez nous, la réalité peut-être vous me direz aussi, voilà c'est ce qui est chapitre sur le papier, mais la réalité elle est tout autre. Mais voilà, le monde rural. Aujourd'hui on peut dire, on a notre iPhone dans le monde rural. C'est vrai, on peut trouver des iPhone 6 Plus dans le monde rural. Mais n'empêche, la ruralité elle est là. Si vous faites des politiques foncières qui sont adossées au titre, peut-être que la situation, voilà, il faut résoudre aussi ce problème d'archivage. Et pour ne pas conclure, je pense qu'aujourd'hui nous devons faire nos plaidoyer pour un mécanisme de sécurisation foncière endogène. Que nos réponses à nos défis de sécurisation foncière soient des réponses endogènes, soit des réponses qui viennent de nous, mais aussi interroger notre aptitude à s'affranchir du mimétisme. Souvent on importe des cadres qui ne sont pas adaptés à nos situations, surtout à nos populations rurales, mais aussi se sortir du droit des projets. Moi je n'ai rien contre les projets puisque je vis avec, mais souvent les projets nous imposent une vision, des œillères, et il nous faut nous sortir de ces projets. Non pas pour les défier, mais pour les amener à respecter, à avoir des réponses qui soient adaptées à nos situations. Mais aussi convenir d'une question, c'est qu'en matière de sécurisation foncière, nous sommes sur des questionnements sans fin. Et qu'en milieu rural, peut-être derrière chaque question, ou bien derrière chaque réponse, il y a une foule de questions. Et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup Ibrahimka pour ton intervention. Maintenant, nous allons accueillir Yared Balos, qui est juriste et professeur assistant à l'université de Mekele en Éthiopie. Ses travaux de recherche sont axés sur les acquisitions foncières urbaines et les transferts de droits dans le cadre de lois foncières éthiopiennes. Il travaille aussi sur l'évaluation de l'application des lois foncières en milieu rural dans la région du Tigré. Et aujourd'hui, son sujet est la gouvernance foncière rurale dans l'État régional national du Tigré en Éthiopie. Bienvenue. En attendant, je réponds à ta question sur la question de l'archivage à Madagascar. Effectivement, ça a été un des axes de la réforme foncière qui avait été initiée et le premier acte de la réforme foncière. Par contre, sur ce projet d'informatisation, d'archivage, on n'a pas du tout avancé. On a avancé effectivement sur la décentralisation, la mise en place des guichets fonciers communaux, sur d'autres aspects, mais pas sur cet aspect. Bon, merci beaucoup, Yara. Vous pouvez commencer. Merci.
Thank you very much, David. The title of my presentation is on assessment of rural and governance practices in Tigray National Regional State, and the focus of my work is on grassroots level institutional perspective. I have to acknowledge that this is a data taken from a groundwork research project which is funded by Land Administration Nurture Development Program, which is funded by the USAID. Okay, so I will try to be as brief as possible, and this is my presentation overview outline. I will skip it for the interest of time. There is this definition of land governance as a backdrop for my presentation. And this is a homegrown definition, which we can find it from a framework and guidelines of land policy in Africa, which was adopted in 2009 by the African heads of the state and government. Land governance, according to this document, is political and administrative structures and processes through which decisions concerning access to and use of land resources are made and implemented, including the manner in which conflicts over land resources are resolved. So, land governance is primarily concerned with the way institutions, land administration, and the land dispute resolution organs are organized, and the way they adopt decisions and the like. So, good land governance is basically characterized as by land administration and adjudication systems which govern transparently in a way that they are organized and accessible and informative and effective rules are in place. And there happens with land governance where, for instance, the law is complicated, inconsistent, or outdated, where people who work in land agencies and land dispute resolution organs are fully trained, paid, or where decision processes are not transparent. So, taking this as a background, I'm going to give you a brief overview of how the land administration and land dispute resolution organs are instituted in Tigray. You know that, as you may know, Ethiopia adopted a federal state structure, and therefore there are two types of governmental institutions at the federal level and at regional or at province levels. So we have a federal laws which set basic standards for land governance, and the regional states or the provinces are also entitled to empowered to establish their own institutions and to adopt their own laws in compliance with the federal laws. We have these laws at the regional, at federal level. We have the federal rural development and the proclamation number 456/2006, and at regional level we have these three important laws, starting from the constitution to the land administration and use laws. And then at the grassroots level, institutions are organized in this way. We have land administration institutions, two committees at grassroots level, the area or sub-district level rural land administration and the use committee, the kosher or village level rural land administration and land use committees, and we have also land adjudication judicial body at grassroots level, so-called rural land adjudication committee. So this is a unique feature of Tigray regional state. Of course, we may find these committees in other provinces as well, but their role is totally different when it comes to Tigray. In the case of Tigray, the role of these institutions is decision making, as opposed to kind of advisory. For example, the land adjudication judicial body has first instance jurisdiction, which is normally given to ordinary courts in other regional states or in other provinces. So, what the basic reason for organizing these institutions at grassroots level? So, the underlying rationale for organizing these institutions at grassroots level, at village and at sub-district levels is to enhance good governance, in the land sector by strengthening accessibility, transparency, impartiality, and accountability of the land administration and judicial organs, and to reinforce what we call self-rule and public participation. So the question is, are these institutions functioning in a way they are expected, or in a way, is the policy rationale behind organizing these institutions very certain? So our survey indicates that, I mean, I'm skipping the methodology for the interest of time. Going to the findings, key findings. When we assess the accessibility issue, the result shows that there are problems, there are good achievements, and also problems. So the achievements is that about 50% of the respondents replied that these institutions are accessible, and yet taking the accessibility expectation and policy rationale into account, there are still shortcomings. So about 50% of the respondents, on the other hand, say that the accessibility of these committees is low or medium, and therefore they are either inaccessible or they are somehow accessible. So they should have been totally accessible, taking the fact that they are instituted at grassroots level, but it's only 50% of our respondents that replied these institutions are accessible, and therefore there are concerns that the policy rationale behind this establishment of these institutions is not being served as expected. So good number of respondents feel that the grassroots level institutions are less accessible than the ordinary courts and the Warada or district level institutions. So there are still concerns regarding the accessibility issue. And the perception of these respondents was also shared by the regional level key information and the FGDs, the FGD participants at the community referring levels. When we evaluate the speed of service delivery by these institutions, you can see the results in the figures. So the key findings regarding this question is only about 25% of the respondents believe that the communities deliver TV services, and more than 50% of our respondents believe that these communities deliver delayed services, even if they are geographically accessible. The speed of decision making is not as expected. And compared to the kosher and land administration committees, the land judicial committee is given and delivers delayed services, obviously, because it applies the ordinary land and civil procedure. civil procedure law. The speed of service delivery increases with the level of the decision making or the dispute resolution organs at higher levels. So this is a kind of paradox. We are witnessing a kind of paradox. Even if they are geographically near to the rural community, the speed of services of these communities is not delayed. When it comes to impartiality, these are governance components. So another component based on which we evaluate the service of communities is impartiality. And by impartiality, we mean that whether they are adopting unbiased decisions. So the findings show that whereas there are impartiality problems at all levels of the land administration and judicial organs and the region, the problem at grassroots level institutions is worse than the higher level organs. So the main problems here are corruption and favoritism. Then gender treatments. When we evaluate the gender treatment of these institutions, our assessment, our survey shows that they are gender biased. So gender-based biased decisions are more visible at the grassroots level in institutions compared to the high level land administration and dispute resolution organs. Another one is quality of the services of these institutions, and there are quality concerns obviously due to the low literacy level of these land administration committee members, land education committee members. Basically, about 1/4 of these committee members are illiterate, and most of the committee members are low educated or barely educated persons, farmers. So there is obviously it is expected that we cannot expect quality services from low educated or very literate persons. When it comes to accountability, even if the law provides that these institutions must be institutionally and personally accountable, and the law provides the framework for accountability, there are poor enforcement of the accountability provisions of the laws. And so what's the conclusion we can draw from this survey? So unlike the presentations and global rule and expectations of the lawmaker, OSHA and other land administration and land education committees are adversely affecting grassroots level land governance in the Tigray national regional state, and they are contributing a lot to the extensive deficiencies in poor governance in the land sector, in the region, in the province. And the key problems are the low literacy level of the committee members, the eligibility criteria for these committee members is simply ability to read and write, nothing more, while they are expected to pass quality decisions, and while they are expected to treat both men and women equally, and they are expected to deliver impartial decisions. So this is kind of a contradiction. So another key problem is unpaid nature of the offices. They are not paid, but it is kind of voluntary service, while they are expected to adopt decisions based on the law. But it's free service, and obviously this can defeat the objective purpose of their establishment. And corruption and favoritism is rampant when it comes to these institutions. And there is high turnover of the members of those committees, obviously, because there is lack of interest. The one hand, there is lack of interest to be a member of these committees because it is a free service. And on the other hand, there are attempts to make these members accountable. And there is also lack or shortage of office and other facilities. There is the institutional individual accountability is also not as expected one. So, given that the land sector is land is critical resource to the region's people, that accounts for about 80% of the source of livelihood of the region's population. So even that land is critical resource to the region's people, and that strong land governance plays unique role for the food security and sustainable development. It's not sound that these grassroots level institutions are started with barely literate or illiterate farmers. That's the conclusion we can draw. So based on this, I'm suggesting the following recommendations. One, generally it is, these institutions, these grassroots level institutions should be eliminated and replaced by other trained experts. And there is a possibility, it can be afforded. For example, we have the so-called development agents. Development agents which work for the agriculture sector. So if that is the case, one expert, up to three, we have up to three experts that work for the agriculture sector. So it's possible to assign one expert for the land sector at this institutions, and the cost of the land judicial committee should be withdrawn and be given to the ordinary reporters. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Yara. Avant de continuer, c'était pour confirmer si, si vos machines de traduction fonctionnent très bien. Donc pour avoir la traduction en français, vous allez appuyer sur 1. Et pour la traduction en anglais, ce sera sur 2. Je ne sais pas si ça fonctionne pour tout le monde. S'il y a un problème, vous levez le doigt, s'il vous plaît, sur le main. Apparemment, tout fonctionne. Alors, nous allons continuer sans tarder. Nous avons ensuite le plaisir d'accueillir Amina Abdihashi, qui est avocate associée au sein du cabinet Sagana Birikenko. Elle est experte en loi foncière au Kenya. Elle a contribué à la formulation des nouvelles lois foncières dans son pays. Aujourd'hui, elle est venue présenter l'anatomie des droits fonciers communautaires au Kenya, en examinant l'histoire, les politiques et le contexte légal dans un environnement en pleine évolution. Merci.
Good morning. Probably for me, I'll be giving a more of the third aspect of what Martin had told us earlier, towards the implementation of translating policy into a framework that works, and this framework is a legislative framework. So whereas policy has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, my work entails, after the policy is done, then how do we actually translate it into a reality or into an implementable framework. So we'll be looking at the anatomy of community land rights in Kenya. I'll take you through our history, policy, and legal context. The last part, when we say it's in a changing landscape, is because after 2010, we had a new constitution and we started realigning all our land laws to be compliant with the new constitution. It's not new anymore, but we always find ourselves calling it new. So introduction. After speaking to most of you yesterday and partly today, I came with this notion that our history was a little bit deeper, but then I realized that it's the same from north, south, east, and west, not forgetting central. So again, land tenure or Kenya has approximately 30 kilometers. 80% of the land mass is classified as arid and semi-arid. That means, therefore, we have 60% of land in Kenya held under customary land tenure. Pretty much it has gone down now. 30% is about public, 13% is public land, and the rest is private land. Of course, those figures were in 2002. By now, it has significantly changed. So land tenure and in Kenya as well has always been where land is held communally. Land was seen as an unbounded resource. It was not to be measured, plotted, subdivided, pawned, or held as collateral. Land use and access was guaranteed, and there was no that landlord-tenant type of relationship. The rules in ownership were unwritten, and every community had their own ethics or customs on how they valued and looked at their land. Most customary tenure systems exhibited similar characteristics in all our cultures in Kenya, and I've come to discover it's the same characteristic across Africa. So when you're looking at policy and legal failures in development of governance structure of community land, the reason why I've just jumped into the policy and legal failures is in 2009 we had our national land policy that recommended a lot of reforms in the legislative framework. They also recommended a lot of institutional reform and a lot of administrative reforms collectively. The policy was very thorough, it was very good, but now it is the phase that we try and breathe life into the policy that we had a lot of misgivings, some success and of course some not successful. This is what we had before the 2010. And when we say legislative failures, especially in community land or customary land tenure system, this whole legislation worked in that land system. We had the Land Consolidation Act, Adjudication Act, the Land Group Representative Act, and the Trust Land. The one thing about all these acts is that the Minister of Land at that time had the authority to determine the interest of that land, to determine how that land was adjudicated, to determine how that land was registered, when it was registered, how it was registered, and all the processes from survey, demarcation, up to the end. And community had almost little input towards the determinant use and change of tenure in their land. Then we saw the policy in 2009 that gave the community an opportunity to determine the demarcation, the adjudication, the land use, and the registration of the land. After the policy in 2009, we had our 2010 constitution, and one thing the constitution did is, for a long time, it was very silent about customary land tenure system, but now we have a direct pronunciation in the constitution that states that community land is one of the three categories of land that we have in Kenya. So we have public, private, and community land. It also unequivocally protected the non-registered community land. So in our constitution, community land is recognized and protected, and it doesn't have to have statutory formalization and legalization for you to recognize ancestral land. So they're recognized and protected in the constitution. And from a legal point of view, we could say all that is good. But when you want to implement the constitution, then we all know we need a framework that is able to actualize that or even allow the realization of that benefit through implementation. So in between 2012 and 2016, we started the process of drafting this Community Land Act. One thing about translating policy into legislation, I think it's quite a hard job, because then you have a lot of conflicting interests. Not everyone who drafts the policy comes to do the translation, and a lot is lost in the translation. Policy, you'll have a lot of experts who come and they paint a picture that they really want you to achieve this, But then when you come to translate it into legislation, we know not everything that goes into policy will make its way into legislation. So it's more of limiting and cutting and trying and negotiating and balancing all the interests that are there. For us, we suffered that. There was a lot of up and down boardroom meetings, parliament walks, and trying to figure out how we're going to balance that. The only fortunate thing is that we had a constitutional deadline in August 2016, so we had to have this Land Act whether we like it or not. So now it is how then do we translate what is in the policy, which is quite aspirational, like our constitution, which is quite aspirational, into a reality with all these competing interests. And I think the most important fact is that we discovered that if there's going to be any large-scale land acquisition for agriculture, for land-based development, investment, minerals, extractives, all that in Kenya would probably happen 80% on community land. So this is a category of land that has just been forgotten for 50 years. Now it has been thrusted into the limelight. We are still mark-timing on how to protect the tenure system, how to secure the tenure. We then have an abundance of resources. We have investors, government, everyone looking at this land. And the community, of course, who practice a unique lifestyle and hold great allegiance to their land, ancestral land rights. So when you define and categorize community land, our constitution was good enough to give us a guideline. Some people argued it was not exhaustive. We needed to expound it. Some people felt that it was good enough, then we expound it in regulation. In the demarcation of community land, the importance there was that then community was given an opportunity to walk their boundaries, as is commonly known, to determine what their boundaries are. Of course, we have administrative boundaries, we have colonial boundaries, and then we have the perceived and the real boundaries. Communities always assume that they own the land from the hilltop to the sea, but then when you sit and discuss what the colonial and administrative boundary are and what is community boundary, you can be able then to bring all these conflicting interests and get some sense moving forward. In the registration and conversion of community land, the community were given an opportunity to determine how they want their land to be registered, under what formal, legal, juridical persona they wanted to take. That was left for the community. They could decide what they want to register and how they want their land registered. And the reason why that was quite contested is because at first all communities were supposed to form something called society that registers as society. Of course, there was back and forth, and part of the negotiation that was dropped, and the legal was left as it was. Community land governance and institutional arrangement, again, the bill saw a metamorphosis, because at first the act was very clear. It created a three-tier system of community management and institutional arrangement. But this again was, and the three-tier system was whereby it was in the form of an inverted pyramid, where the community assembly, which comprises all the community members, was given the most powers. Then you go upwards to the committee and the board. But all this was deleted at the end when the bill reached Parliament. Of course, not everything that goes through the conveyor belt leaves at the end the way you wanted it to be. So what happened is that we decided to procrastinate and leave that institutional arrangement for regulation. It could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. And last, the issue of benefit sharing, of course, was vaguely discussed, and of course the natural resource management. The danger of leaving legislation quite vague is then you leave a lot to go into regulations, and if you don't have good regulations, then in essence what it means is that the legislation becomes unimplementable, and that then means that the policy that was done really well has no bearing on the reality or at the end of the day. So large-scale land acquisition and community land, of course, this is the reason why we had to do this act, of course, to protect community land and to give it a formal recognition. And lastly, when you look at legislation of customary land rights, I think for me, and this is my own conclusion, which you can disagree with, I don't look at it as a way of preservation of community land rights. For me, I look at it as a way of alienation strategy, where you create community land right and move it from that protected communal customary tenure holding system into a more privatized individual land tenure system, so that you can deal with individual rights, which is easy to determine and easy to pay in forms of compensation, as opposed to determining community land rights, which are quite holistic and heavy when you want to invest in this area. So it's more towards easing privatization of community lands for purposes of large-scale investment or extracting of mineral resources or large-scale land acquisition for agriculture. That's it. Thank you.
Lamina pour cette intervention. Accueillons maintenant Jonathan Yara, qui nous vient du ministre de la Justice du Burundi. Il est au département de l'enregistrement des terres. Il vient partager avec nous les résultats de l'étude d'évaluation de l'impact de la participation des communautés dans les procédures d'enregistrement des terres appartenant à l'État, avec le cas de la commune de Makebuko au Burundi.
Thank you very much. I'm so pleased to present you this paper on impact evaluation of community participation on the administrative process. This presentation is a result, of course, of research and is articulated on 6 points. First is the context, second is the objectives, third is a methodology, four is the community awareness, 5 is the community contribution, and finally the conclusion and recommendation. So let me start with the context. This is a history of land administration and the policy in our country. And let me start by prior the colonial order, where the land tenure system was traditional. That is, land was common to a family and local authority had control over land. After the arrival of a colonial order, we have a capitalist land tenure system. That is, the private ownership of a property. But in practice, we observe that the traditional land tenure system existed. So there was a fragmentation of two land tenure systems. After the independence, the new authorities maintain the two land tenure systems, that is, capitalist one and traditional. But what is very clear to mention is that in this part of time, we had a very spoonful landlords and very large individual who were numbers. So this created a landlord-tenant relationship, and this lasted until its abolition in 1977 after a coup d'etat. And it also in this part of time that a very precise land classification was born, and it introduced, among other things, the authorities competent to allocate the land. These, the President of the Republic, second, the Minister for Lands, and finally, the governor of a province. But in practice, we see that the minister and the governor extended their power to allocate land. But not only that, but also local authorities, they allocated land. So one can imagine this kind of affairs. If I am allowed to use the terms of Garrett Hardy, it was a tragedy of the commons. Really, it was. And this situation lasted until 2011, where the new land constitution has been put in place. And this one introduced three important things. First, it revised the authorities' competence to allocate the land. Now, it has been reduced to only three authorities. That is, the President of the Republic, secondly, the Minister for Justice, and the approval of the National Commission for Lands. So, now, maybe you can imagine that it is contrary to the good governance because the two individuals only to allocate the lands. But I will answer that question. So, the second is, it made mandatory that all public land, all presumed public land must be identified, demarked, and formally entered into land register, that is in my office. And last but not least, it made mandatory that the community must participate in all those stages. And of course, it is on this aspect of community participation that my objectivity for this paper rely. And that is to assess the real contribution of the community in those processes. Second, if there is any contribution, why not to extend, first of all, to back up the program, and then to extend the program to the private land. As I said, I met interviews, and because I'm involved in all those processes, to that I was a part and a parcel of the services involved. So far so good. What is the community? How the community was aware, and still is aware of this process of identification of land, of public land. Of course, there is a song that has been composed and it's passed 1 week before the program, and there is a local meeting that is held where local individuals, local authorities, neighbors attend. There is also there are some notices that are appended on conspicuous areas, including in churches. So after collecting my data, after analyzing, interpreting, I come up with the following contribution of the community. First, the community helped to discover the squatters and the trespassers over state-owned land. And this land has been reverted back to the state. Secondly, the community helped to discover illegal or irregular allocations by a competent authority. Just a look at this picture. It shows a piece of land. It is a big one that has been illegally allocated by a competent authority. And some of the parts have been batted back and has been submitted to higher decision maker so that we may decide what will be the fate of it. Third, it facilitated the mediation, between the state and the neighbors. Because you see, when you come and say, this part of the land has not belonged to you, but belongs to the state, it's not easy. So it's a great conflict. Crimes, as you see on the picture, as you see a lady who is crying, but the mediation was still carried out. So after that, I've come up also with the following contributions. that normally the community has to increase the stock of state-owned land. And as a conclusion, after this research, I remarked that this community participation is very benefit and should be encouraged because, as I said, it includes the stock of land on the land, it facilitates alternative dispute resolution, and it considerably decreases potential land-related conflict. And why not recommend the following? First, generally, this method should be encouraged. Second, to the community. So the community member should act as good citizens, and to authorities, they help to abide by the law, that is the rule of law, and to the international donors to back up the program, and why not extend to finance the private land legislation. That is my short and very brief presentation of this paper. Thank you very much, and thank you 1,001 time. Thank you very much.
Notre dernier intervenant est Philan Zamchia, qui nous vient du Zimbabwe. Philan qui a obtenu son doctorat à l'université d'Oxford et actuellement il coordonne un projet en partenariat avec l'université de Cape Town sur la gouvernance foncière et la gouvernance de l'eau dans la région. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Syriac, and the entire organizers of this very important conference. I have spent about 432,000 minutes on this study, but now I'm only required to present for 15 minutes. I don't know how that is going to work out. But today, I intend to ignite debate on who, how, when, and why some benefit from redistributive land reform programs, whereas others do not. I argue that in political systems where the ruling party and the state become conflated, patronage politics takes center stage and become key in explaining who, how, and why some benefit. The role of party-state politics is usually downplayed in conventional agrarian analysis. Yet it largely accounts for both the processes and outcomes of land reform projects in same authoritarian states. Debates are usually framed around the following theoretical perspectives. A neoclassical economics paradigm, where debate is about land reform beneficiaries, focusing on a narrow farm efficiency, productivity, and economic returns, as a leading scholar, Benny Cousins, has criticized. A Marxist strand that focuses on the patterns of accumulation and the classes that emerge from such processes. C, social agents that focuses on the agents on land reform beneficiaries and sidestep the debate about winners and losers. D, a welfareist paradigm where debate focuses on land reform beneficiaries from their poverty position, almost taking a pro-poor approach. E, radical political economy, which places farm workers or farm laborers at the center of land reform beneficiaries. And F, a wider livelihood, where debate is about placing emphasis on both on and off-farm income. I submit that all these are important, but my problem is how some scholars try to apply such universally without paying close attention to the prevailing local political dynamics. By overemphasizing only variables from above, we risk underplaying the role of patronage as driven by the party state in democratic systems, and therefore give wrong policy prescriptions. I use the case study of Zimbabwe to substantiate my argument. Zimbabwe engaged in fast-track land reform from the year 2000. It is arguably the largest redistributive land reform in post-colonial Africa. To those who do not know much about Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe gained political independence from British colonial rule in 1980, and with its president, I'm sure it will never be a colony again. And the party in government is the Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front, ZANU-PF, since 1980, and that party is led by President Robert Mugabe. And Zimbabwe is also blessed with a 93-year-old president who turns 94 years in 15 days' time. He has been president since 1980, before I was born. And despite a population of about 18 million, Zimbabwe has more than 40 political parties. My former professor, Masipula Stole, once said to me, if you leave 2 Zimbabweans on the moon, and they are just 2, by the time you go back, you will find that they would have formed 3 political parties. On land, Zimbabwe has 39.1 million hectares of land, and it is divided into 5 agroecological zones. Into 5 agroecological zones, ranging from the intensive to extensive agriculture. And in 1980, upon gaining independence, about 4,500 white farmers, they owned 42% of the agricultural land, much of it prime land. But now, after engaging in fast-track land reform, there is a new agrarian structure that has emerged in Zimbabwe. And about 150,000 households have benefited, transforming to about 1 million people from this land reform project. But the question is, who are the new farmers? How did they get land and why? I attempt to answer this and substantiate through field work, which I carried out in Chipinge district, which is in region 1 and 2, a high intensive agricultural region. That was the researcher doing field work, listening carefully, the researcher taking notes. So this is based on the field. I agree that there have been many studies, but there is one book that has reshaped debate about Zimbabwe's land reform. It was authored by Professor Schoons and others. They argue against the 5 myths, and one such is that the beneficiaries of Zimbabwe land reform have been largely political cronies. I think it helps very little to frame debates from an aggregate point of view when this land reform applies to different categories. Political cronies, by their very definition, are few. There are those in the immediate power circles at the core of the regime. And there is no way, given the large scale of fast track, that beneficiaries could have largely been political cronies. And if we look at the different categories, there was the A1 and the A2. The A2 was for the middle and the large scale, and the A1 was mainly for the small scale. And if we disaggregate on the A2, we can see that there were 3 different groups that benefited. The first, there are those who got whole farm units and consolidated farms as previously owned by white farmers. Matonde, another scholar, notes that there are about 400 individuals who received a total of 2 million hectares. He nonetheless argues that fast track cannot be delegitimized because of the few bad apples in the basket. But what he fails to note is that it was the very principle of a privileged elite, white farmers, owning the majority of the prime large-scale farmers at the expense of others, that made the 2000 land ownership patterns unjustified, unless it was only a race and not class person. Then there's also a significant group that acquired large farms. There's also a significant group that acquired large farms. The late Professor Samuel argues that this group consists of 2,400 black commercial farmers who got between 500 and 1,000 hectares, and he calls these the land grabbers. And from my own study, if we look at the A2 data, I'll just give a snippet. I think you can see that there were indeed political cronies that benefited from the A2. It was mainly members of the Zimbabwe National Army, if you just look at that table, but the list is endless. The Central Intelligence Officers, people from the police, the RPF Women's League, and so forth. For the sake of time, I can't exhaust it, but it is substantial enough. Then we come to the small-scale farms. And as I said, Professor Ian Spunzi's book is the most popular on this subject today, according to my own view. And from his findings, in terms of who benefited from this fast-track land reform, using Mashingo as a case study, he argues that 68.2% were ordinary people. But I respect the study, but I have problems with the categorization of the beneficiaries because it hides the real actors that were driving patronage politics on the ground. War veterans are missing from the categories as beneficiaries. In other words, they are just spread across all the categories, but they were very key in terms of driving political patronage. Then the second are traditional leaders who are also missing and their networks from the categorization. But from my study, at least from my district, they were very key in driving patronage on the ground. So I consider those as...
some minutes. 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So I consider those as very important. And from my own study, it were mainly the war veterans, the civil servants, traditional authorities and their networks that largely benefited from fast-track land reform. The question is why? The process in terms of how people would get land was highly partisan because there were land invasions that were led by war veterans. But there was also the formal allocation process, which was done at a local level by what was called the District Land Committee. And this District Land Committee, the ZANU-PF party was represented in that District Land Committee. And the three main state security departments, namely the Army, the police, and the Central Intelligence organizations, were also largely represented. But there were no opposition political parties represented. So you can see that conflation of the party and the state in terms of redistributing the land, which obviously had an impact in terms of the outcome. And the civil servants, they also largely benefited because they had already been politicized by 2000. They had already been politicized by 2000. If I just give an example of a magistrate, a local magistrate in Chipinge, he got an offer letter, a farm, an offer letter. And then this farm belonged to Mike Jam, a white farmer. And Mike Jam went to court to protest against that offer letter. And the very same magistrate is the one who presided over the case. He did not recuse himself. So you see how these state institutions and independent institutions have become politicized. There is the offer letter for the magistrate. And those civil servants who were perceived to be colluding with the opposition, they were in many cases beaten up. They were beaten up in organized violence. So for the sake of time, I'll just read a few quotes in terms of why some lost out. And I quote from a former farm worker. The war veterans rounded people on the farms to an all-night pungwe, where we were told in no uncertain terms that farm workers were traitors, like their bosses who had voted for the opposition and were not going to get land. They stressed that farm workers were working with the white men who was funding the MDC to derail the land reform. It was terrifying, so I left. Close quote. And another aspiring beneficiary, I quote, I also wanted a piece of land because this area is dry, but I could not submit my name to the ZANU-PF Ward chairperson because I am a known opposition supporter since the days of the Great Ndaba. The chairperson was saying the land is for ZANU-PF people only, close quote. And a member of the war veterans defended the partisan position, I quote, those who were supporting the MDC must go and get their land in Britain. The land is for sons of the soil, not for sellouts, close quote. And these observations, I'm coming to the conclusion, are not intended to entirely dismiss the fact that some fast-track land reform beneficiaries were not motivated by the desire to show up ZANU-PF is winning political support. Claims to land were multiple and overlapping. Beneficiaries also wanted land for food security, struggling of livelihoods, and as a social safety net. Though these beneficiaries had diverse claims to land that were not entirely political, the vehicle to realize such claims was political loyalty, connection, and patronage under the ZANU-PF umbrella. And this continues to go on because these resettlement schemes are not just farming landscapes, they are also political landscapes. When I was doing my field work in Chipinge, towards the general elections, I was told to round up my field work by a member of the security sector. This member of the security sector had been assigned to monitor me every day whilst I was doing my study so that they would make sure I was not trying to effect a regime change agenda. Because they had started all this militarization of the farms in anticipation of the election. But at the end of the day, we were controlling each other, either mentally or physically.
Si vous voulez en savoir plus, il peut partager ses contacts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So that's why I said she couldn't run away. First of all, must wish her happy birthday. And also, just a minor correction, which I think is important for all of us being colleagues. Actually, Ruth was promoted to a full professor from 1st January this year. So, okay, thank you very much, colleagues. We have had 4 sessions, and in those 4 sessions today, we have listened to 19 papers. Most of them actually based on empirical research from all regions of Africa, probably except North Africa, which is not, I think today was not represented. I'm not for sure the next 2 sessions. And these research papers or studies have looked at the various issues around land. I've just tried to summarize a few of those thematic areas that the research papers have looked at. Most of them, or a number of them, are looking at the tenure security or insecurity, communal tenure versus titling of land and land registration and privatization and how that impacts on communities. Some of the papers are looking at the impact of external and large-scale investments and how that impacts on communities, especially around communal land. Others are looking at gender dynamics in relation to access and ownership of land. We've also, in relation to gender, the issue of physical, social, economic violence towards women linked to land and natural resources and benefits thereof. We've also listened to papers that are looking at the politics of land and distribution and appropriation. We've also listened to a number one or two papers which are looking at, or research which is looking at contestation of internationally shared resources and impacts of this on local communities. Some of them are looking or combining other aspects of the research with governance, governability and governmentality. And also we have also listened to research that is looking at forms of agency and resistance to appropriation or expropriation and exclusion from resources. We have also heard about research that is looking at power relations and contestation around natural resources. The issue of empirical research that I've mentioned is quite key in terms of what most of you young researchers are doing. It is important because the research ideally that we are doing should make a difference in people's lives and the economies of our countries and Africa as a region. And this is key given that Africa remains a region or a continent that is agricultural based or natural resource based. This takes me to one of the main objectives of Yara, which is to generate and grow the next cohort of generation of social scientists in agriculture and agrarian studies in Africa. The Yara program and project hopes to contribute towards this by providing a platform of scientific and intellectual engagement, peer support, and networking among young researchers in Africa. As part of, maybe I have an axe to grind here, but I'm saying that as part of discussing the Yara research agenda, I hope and I recommend that we should explore the issue of the use of an expanded definition of agriculture, which should include fisheries, forestry, and water. There wouldn't be any agriculture without water anyway. And if you talk about the water cycle, you wouldn't have a water cycle without forests. So all those issues are interlinked and are included and they should be included as part of the research agenda. And on that note, what I would like to wish all of you a restful evening.
Related landscapes in Burundi. So starting with some background information, Burundi, as you may know, has experienced several periods of violence events in the past 50 years, and Burundi has experienced to that a lot of massive and also different waves of forced displacement outside the country and also within. So this displacement has created a lot of issues because during the displacement period, land of the refugees has been taken by other people, and because of contested legislations, some of these land has been legalized and some others has been remained like without active property right definition. So I really based my research in the southern part of Burundi, in Makamba, which really has suffered a lot from the genocide in 1972. So looking at the land disputes, this region is really among the worst in terms of numbers of cases and also the contentious quality of these disputes. And this, in the past 4 decades, conscious of this reality on the land properties of the refugees, successive ruling regimes has tried to bring a solution to this issue, and they used 2 main approaches. The first one was through decentralizing authority to local structures to deal with these issues, and the second one was through the creation of different national special commissions to deal specifically with the land disputes involving former refugees. So this table shows you like just an overview of these historical developments in terms of ruling regimes and also specific national commissions created. And you can see that there are different commissions that were created through time. But between 1993 and 2002, there was nothing because of the civil war, as you may know. But when we look at the 2000 Arusha Peace Accord, during this negotiation for peace, one thing that was commonly agreed upon the negotiators was that these land disputes was a great deal, and it was meant to be solved by creating new commissions, and 2 commissions were created in this period, the CNIS and also the CNTB. My research mainly focused on the actions of the CNTB because it fits the period of the actual ruling regimes since Pierre Nkurunziza has came to power. And therefore, my aim was to look at 2 main objectives. The first one was to examine how institutional pluralism contributes to land disputes and also to competitions between institutions that are meant to deal with this issue. The second one was to look at the legal and institutional reforms and how these contribute to power, to give power, more power to the central governing actors within the local arenas. And this paper intends to contribute to the theoretical debate about post-war land governance, not just in Burundi, but in post-conflict settings. And one thing is that instead of looking at repatriation as like the return of refugees in a peaceful and stable setting, I discussed that post-war issues about refugees are more about negotiations of access to land and control, because these people, they come back in a setting that has been tremendously transformed in terms of institutions, in terms of land rights, in terms of land allocations, and we have to find a way. The second thing is that in this post-war setting, usually land governance is challenged by new political actors and different interests at stake. One author, Badier, discussed that usually in post-war African settings, sometimes former rebels or former fighters become new leaders. And this has a lot of implications when you look at the policies and when you look also at the impact of the new policies on every sector of the life of the country. So I'm going to share with you some key findings. And first of all, I want you to read with me this narrative. I got this statement from one of my informants, and he says that in 1972, many Hutus, educated people, have been killed. In 1993, many Tutsis people have been killed. Nowadays, I believe there will be violence again because the CNTD wants to get back the land properties of Hutu returnees that were occupied by some Tutsi people. Between 1972 and 1993, land has been distributed by state authorities. After 1993, some Hutu people died, fled, and their houses were destroyed. In the aftermath of war, the World Food Programme and the UNHCR came to help land occupants to build houses without inquiring about the validity of their rights on those lands. Now, refugees have come back and the CNDP seeks to restitute their land and the houses built on these lands. It is a very sensitive situation. Local authorities tend to evade the problem, and both refugees and occupants are native from the community and have the right to settle here. The CNDP claims that land should return to the former land users, and people are contesting these decisions, and the communal administration and hill authorities have no means and power to contest these the CNDP operations, because the CNDP represent both the central government and the ruling political party. So when we talk about refugees-related land disputes in Burundi, it is not about one person against one another. It is about multiple, complex, overlayered, and really competing claims about very small plots. And these kind of claims are very much, really land institutions are really overwhelmed. And it is not about one person to another, as I said, it is about like different generations against different generations. Because in the case of my study, most of the former refugees I dealt with was the victims of the genocide of the early 1970s. And these people stayed for almost 4 decades in exile. And when they came back, they were promised to get back their pre-war land properties. And they really believed that this promise will become a reality. So it is also claims over basic agricultural resources. These are their main livelihood sources, and they don't have enough other things to lean on. And these disputes have been framed about returnees against residents or land occupants. So when you look at the institutions that are dealing with this, you have really a wide variety of institutions. Before the CNTB came, there were existing institutions, and there were also NGOs, community-based organizations working, trying to help people to deal with these disputes. But you also have the judicial court. But when you look at what happened between 2006 and 2010, it was quite fine, the collaboration between all these institutions. But since 2010, after the elections, and also because of the change of leadership within the CNTB, there was a lot of contestation that started to raise between the different institutions. And specifically because of new reforms and legal reforms within the CNTB and within the statutory regime. So there was a lot of new rules. For example, the authority of over the CNTB moved from the second presidency to the presidency directly. And the second presidency was related to an opposition party, because in the constitution, the power sharing model was adopted after the Arusha Peace Agreement. So since 2010, this has shifted. So it is really the President of the Republic who has the power over the CNTB President and over everything that the CNTB is doing. And also this debate about the illegality of all the former decisions before this actual ruling regime started to be raised. And also in 2014, because there was many appeals on decisions of the CNTB at the local level, people were not really satisfied with their ruling, and they were really looking for a place to bring their claims, because also the judiciary system was excluded from dealing with this specific type of disputes, and also the customary was excluded. So the president created this special court for land and other assets to deal with these land disputes, and it is also very much contested presently. So the main challenges are manifold. You have this forum shopping. People really have a lot of institutions where they think they can bring their issue. You have informal arrangements that are still going on, and when people want to solidify the arrangement, they are looking for statutory authorities to validate their local arrangement, which is kind of difficult. So you also have this exclusion between different institutions, even within the statutory system, and you also have this raising grievances and violence. For instance, between 2014, 13, 14, and 15, there was many pockets of resistance within provinces and local settings where people would group together, young people, and they would just resist the police and the CNTB officers coming to enforce their decisions. And also, in parallel to this, I observed that there is a kind of good cooperation between traditional authorities and really the lowest local authorities, because in face of this rising contestations about authority of the state and of the CNTB, these local authorities will just informally advise people to go for arrangement, land sharing, trying to have some kind of informal consensus to settle and to have access to land. So in conclusion, I can say that really the CNTB and central leadership appear to be the main authority to deal with this land. But this also comes with a lot of problems because there's a lot of competition. And also, most local and customary institutions have been determined by the central government, and they are really excluded from this kind of land disputes, which somehow contradicts the decentralization agenda that was adopted at the beginning of the year 2000. Also, in the end, we see that all these are really bringing a kind of threat to tenure security. In fact, there is no tenure security, I can say, in Burundi because of the pending land disputes that are not resolved, or even if there are judgments or ruling, people do not agree on the decisions of the central or state institutions. To conclude, or to finish my presentation, I will say that what is the alternative? Maybe instead of looking for like restituting the properties of the former refugees in post-war setting, it is better to advise and to look for more local-based and more durable solutions that will ensure local access for everybody and property rights for really all social groups. So thank you for your kind attention.
Still morning, good morning. So I will be taking you through issues related to farmers and pastoralists using Tanzania as a case study. You know, in Tanzania, when you are in Tanzania, you will, I mean, a week cannot pass without hearing from a mainstream media cases of farmers and pastoralists being impacted. And you can hear that up to 3 times a week. And the trend is increasing as days go. So there are many factors that different researchers have kind of documented as the cause of these conflicts. Some are saying that it is because of the absence of land use plans, and others are saying it is because of the growing trend of land investment in the tourism sector and a lot of expansion of protected areas. They are calling that green grabbing. But others are taking, the ongoing conflict between farmers and pastoralists to the legacy land grab that took place, after independence or during colonial period and in the 90s and up to, recently. Some of the historic grab or land investment that have taken place. Some other researchers are linking that to the ongoing move of the country's investment, especially in the agricultural sector. And as such, a lot of areas have been demarcated for large-scale agricultural investment. Most of these areas have are also the areas that pastoralists and farmers are using. But others are also looking at the areas of legal framework, the weaknesses, and so they are calling for reforms. But others are looking at the areas around governance, issues around corruption and related factors. And so recommendations have been pointing towards doing a comprehensive land use planning, mass education, and a lot of reform that need to be done. But even despite all these, these conflicts are still happening in Tanzania. They are still increasing. And so this has made me and other people that I work with to think beyond all these factors. And one of the areas that I've been looking at is in the formal system of land dispute resolution. Tanzania, like many other countries in the sub-Saharan Africa, have established specialized land dispute settlement machineries. And these are from the village level to the national level. And at the village level, we have a village land council. At the ward level, we have ward tribunals. At the district level, we have district land and housing tribunals. Then high court to the court of appeal. The problem with this formal system, which I argue in my paper, is that the lower courts have the jurisdictional challenges. At the village level, this has only mandate of resolving. But farmer and pastoralist conflict sometimes get across, villages. It's between one village and another. So it is beyond the scope of one village to deal with that. But then, even at the ward level, these are just mediatory and sometimes arbitration bodies. But also looking at the bigger picture of it, is that pastoralists, most of them, in the areas where they are farmers, they are minority. And so they constitute a very tiny component in these bodies. And as such, most of the decisions that have been made in these bodies have been against or biased to their interests. But also these bodies are elected or appointed by politicians. Most of the politicians, pastoralists do not vie for political posts in these areas because of their nomadic nature. And so decisions are made that do not favor them, and so they tend to lose. But also in the higher courts, there has been, and this has been well documented, cases of biasness in the higher court and the court of appeal. It can happen that some high court decisions have been very radical and protecting the rights of pastoralists, but these decisions has to be executed, has to be implemented by the executive powers. And so implementation has been left with, a ruling can be made in favor of pastoralists, but it never gets executed. Or they can get overthrown on the technical ground, which is purely something that, beyond the substance of it. And so pastoralists, even within the formal legal system, have not traded or succeeded to get their rights. But these are, when you look at the challenges as they happen, is that the other thing is that while these conflicts can, land can be the direct source of these conflicts, but there is also other aspect of the conflict, which, for example, it is not just beyond property rights. It gets to criminal aspect of it. And this is the area where most government officials pay more attention. Because when there is clashes, it's either cattle have been killed, or some people have been killed. So it's either murder, or matter has to be taken by police. Government officials have to go there to make sure that there is peace. And so land as a question is left unattended. And so they resolve that, and then after a peaceful process, that conflict will recur again, because that land question is left unattended. But also, these land conflicts are caused by other factors. Most of these factors are beyond the cause. Pastoralists and farmers are not directly involved in the cause. As such, most of these factors are even beyond their own cause. For example, the expansion of agricultural policies or investment, this has nothing to do with pastoralists. It's government policies that want a certain area to be agricultural area. Or tourism, it's government that is bringing on board or advocating for investment in the tourist sector. And so pastoralists are not directly linked to the real cause of that. But as such, they're the victim, or farmers are the victim of that conflict. So we have thought of something else as perhaps a solution to bring that. And we have tried to test this. Looking at these dynamics, using a political economy or even political ecology of it, and looking at the bigger picture of what is happening around them, we thought there is a need of having a platform, just a platform for pastoralists and farmers to come into a table and debate and discuss about the issues that affect them. Perhaps that can happen. So we used one area, it's called Pawaga. It's in the Iringa district, and in that region, this is the region that borders Great Ruaha National Park, which has in the last 10 years doubled its size. It has expanded and so encroached further to areas that pastoralists and farmers have been using. But also they established a wildlife management area, which is kind of community-based conservation process, which benefits communities. But as such, it is limiting the access of communities to the natural resources, especially rangelands where pastoralists use it for grazing. But in this region as well, 4 agricultural scheme has been established under Kilimo Kwanza, a project, which is intending to improve agricultural schemes, and as such has bring the interest in has increased the interest in agriculture in the area. But moreover, Pawaga as a region has once been a stopover, or kind of a stop center for pastoralists who were migrated or evicted from Ihefu to pave way for hydroelectric powers to settle there for a while. And so they did not move. In fact, they continued to stay there. And looking at the topology of the area, most of the pastoralists resided in the highland, farmers in the lowland. But because of the growing dry season, they have to move to access water where agricultural scheme has been improved. As such, there has been blockage of cattle routed, and so that has raised to these conflicts. But also there is a web of corruption, between village leaders and police department to make sure that they benefit from pastoralists who are cattle. They, get hold of their cattle and then get fine out of it. And so there has been that trend. So there is a collusion even between farmers and police and village leaders to make sure that pastoralists become the victim. So the platform exposed these debates. They discuss it openly. They reach village leaders, telling them you are the cause. And then among themselves, pastoralists said, there is need, to develop, let us all be the guardian of our land. Let us not allow others to just come. And so this approach helped, to reduce, because we formed it in 2014, to reduce the trend of clashes from 6 in 2014, we get to 1, until 2015 there is no any clash that happened. But these pastoralists and farmers as a platform managed to reach, about 12 other villages, telling them about what they're doing and how they want to operate and work. And out of 16, which they told me that there is a plan to make sure that all villages within Pawaga are aware of this, and at least they curb that trend of clashes. But also they do plan to reach to other tourist investors who, during dry season, allow pastoralists to graze into their, hunting blocks, which is by legally prohibited. But there is, informal process where these investors could take some fee and then allow pastoralists to go there. But you have to pay some money. So they want to have a formal arrangement with private sector to allow them to graze, because cattle and wildlife do coexist. So at least to have that kind of arrangement. So with this, what we are saying is that this is a bit working. It may not be a solution per se, but it is working. And this is not a new thing. It is an approach that has been even recommended by Presidential Commission of Inquiry into Land Matters in 1994. Then it was formed in 1992, and then in 1994, when they tabled the recommendation to the president, they recommended for a elders tribunal, which is a way of bringing popular, engaging communities, the popular decision, popular democracy of their own land and natural resources. And this is pointing to a result which is helping to curb this. And we think it is something that requires further research, but also something that is worth replication. Thank you.
My presentation today, my name is Demonaki, as indicated there. My presentation today is focusing on the land governance assessment framework that was recently carried out in Zambia, and I'll specifically focus on land dispute resolution in the country. We have a country report that was developed with 9 particular themes, and the land dispute resolution is one of them. So I'm just zeroing down on this particular theme. So what is the aim of the land governance assessment framework? For instance, what are we looking at? The land governance assessment framework is a tool that was developed by the World Bank together with its partners, and mainly with the purpose of trying to assess the land governance status in a country. And in this particular situation, I'm looking at Zambia. And in this particular assessment that we did, we were looking at specific indicators which were assessed against certain specific dimensions. I won't talk about the indicators, but I'll talk about a little bit about the dimensions and what exactly were the leading or the questions that actually guided the whole process of this assessment. So one of the things that we're looking at were mainly in terms of conflict resolution. Is it accessible in the country? How easily is it accessible? The other one is it affordable? Are people able to afford, even in the event that it's accessible, it's not accessible? Can people afford it? Then is there room, for instance, for forum shopping? And also the possibility of an appeal in the event that a party is not happy with the decision that's coming out either from any particular court, a high court, a magistrate court, or the local courts. Is there a space, a particular space for an appeal? And we looked at that as well. Then also the issues of, in terms of conflict resolution, is conflicts, for instance, in the court system, are they resolved in a timely manner? And also, are there any long-standing conflicts that are either in the court system or even in the customary traditional systems that have not been resolved in a long period of time? And what are those cases? What are the issues that have actually led to them not being resolved in a timely manner? So we looked at those as part of our guidance. Then I'll just give a brief background of Zambia, my country. Yeah, it is a it has a dual legal system, and meaning that the statutory legal system actually exists alongside the customary legal system. Then we also have the dual tenure system, based on the fact that we have statutory legal system and customary legal system. We have customary tenure as well as statutory tenure, which exists as well in parallel. Then we also have this dualistic system of jurisprudence, where we have the statutory system quite right, but also the influence from the international law through the international treaties. And the main thing is how has international law or international treaties that set certain particular standards, especially on human rights, how have they been able to influence in country, for instance, the legal system. And one of the things that I'll probably highlight is the fact that it has been a problem, especially for magistrates, judges, or even lawyers to actually ensure that they utilize the international standards in the country because they haven't necessarily been domesticated. Then we have, therefore they don't have binding force but are merely persuasive. Then we also have the constitution. We now have a new constitution which also sets a few standards, and land and property is one of them that falls under the Bill of Rights, but of course it needs quite a little bit more of broadening and also explanation or interpretation in its sense. Then we also have the Lands Act, which has been long-standing for a long period of time, and this particular piece of legislation is the one that has led to a lot of conflicts arising in the country because it hasn't been able to set certain specific standards in terms of how land should be administered or how land should be managed. Then we also have the land policy, which has been a movement going on for quite a long period of time. And part of the reasons why this land governance assessment framework was done was to feed into the land policy process, which has stored for over 2 decades, 2 or 3 decades in the country. And now we're at a point where we are almost coming to a finalization, but of course there are still those issues that have led to it not being finalized, certain provisions or aspects that are reflected in there. Probably the chiefs are not happy with that because it will take away their powers. Then I'll get directly into the judicial dispute resolution, looking at the fact that I don't have much time. Most of the frequent cases that are brought before the courts are actually in between dissolution of marriages, land and property, succession, custody, and maintenance. So we see also that land-related and property-related issues are one of the most cardinal nature of cases that are actually brought before the courts of law. And the courts of law probably see these almost on a daily basis. And I'm talking about all the courts that exist. So we have the Supreme Court of Law. We only have one Supreme Court in the country, and this is in the capital city, which is Lusaka. Then the number of judges currently, there is 13 judges, and this was updated as of 2015, end of 2016. And we have the Constitutional Court, which was formed based on the new constitution, and there are about six judges. Then we have the High Court, which has 11 courts across the country, and there are 45 judges. We also have the subordinate courts, so the magistrate courts, which have 54 magistrates, and there are 251 magistrates. And the local courts, which are the courts of first instance, most of the times for the people that are disadvantaged, the poor and those in the rural communities who have at least these local courts nearby are able to access them. We have about 505, which gives us 1,300 local court justices. Then the Lands Tribunal, which stands to also be, I think, in this research, we had quite a little bit of challenges in trying to get the actual statistics in terms of the number of courts, in terms of the number of tribunals that have been rolled out. There was one tribunal that was in the capital city, but there's actually another Lands Tribunal that has come up, and it's a circuit tribunal, meaning it moves from province to province, but there are certain specific provinces it goes to. So in terms of statistics, we have a gap there, and mainly because the information was not accessible. Even when we asked the tribunal itself, this information was not able to be given, and so that's, I think, a challenge that was faced. Then alternative dispute resolution, of course, there are spaces where people who have been aggrieved or where there are land issues or land conflicts, people can actually access alternative dispute resolution in the event that they do not want to go through the court system. And this is, of course, regulated by legislation and comprises of arbitration, mediation, negotiation, and conciliation. So we see arbitration mainly on commercial-related cases, and also mediation can actually be proposed, for instance, also by the courts. And we see negotiation also being used quite a lot, even in rural areas. I'll talk a little bit about a few cases that I think have used a bit of mediation and negotiation, especially on customary land. Then we also have the fact that the judicial system, of course, also exists alongside with the alternative dispute resolution system. Most of the times, this ADR process has actually been known to be informal and also flexible, and it's voluntary, it's interest-based, relational, as well as future-oriented, consensual, efficient, cost-effective, vast, convenient, and also promotes privacy. So we see that in the court or judicial system, most of the times people are unable to access justice because the court system probably has certain specific costs which are quite high for people to actually meet in order for them, and therefore they actually just stay back and not access justice in that sense. I'll skip a few slides. Then dispute resolution under customary law. We have the Chiefs Act, which actually gives the chiefs powers to administer African customary law, insofar as it's not repugnant, for instance, to the rules of natural justice, which are that somebody has to be heard, and the fact that someone cannot be a judge in their own case, which I think Ilani talked about a case that related to that, where a magistrate actually sat in his own matter. And we also have the local courts that actually provide and give powers, that actually provide that they can actually sit and hear African customary law-related matters. But of course, the traditional courts are definitely ignored by legislation, in that there's no particular piece of legislation that gets to highlight the fact that the traditional courts are in existence, but they're interpreted in the sense that they are actually part of a custom which falls under customary law. And we see the fact that dispute resolution amongst the different chiefdoms or different villages is definitely not uniform, as different chiefdoms actually practice their own particular ways of resolving disputes. Of course, there are similarities, but there are also differences. The customary landholders have obviously faced a lot of challenges, and One of them is obviously displacements, the issues of resettlement, the issues of compensation, where it's not adequately done, people are not properly resettled. And I think I have a particular slide where I can refer to a few cases that were actually looked at and the challenges that came out. And some of the human rights violations that actually exist based on these conflicts that get to arise are the fact that, for instance, the right to own property, of course, is taken away from individuals, the right to food, the right to health, right to clean and safe water, which are all dependent on one another and are also interrelated. So I'll also talk a little bit probably about the Customary Land Administration Bill, which is still in its draft form. And of course, its progress has stalled at the moment, but it's hoped that it can set a guidance or a few standards in terms of dispute resolution as well, which has been a challenge in the country. So those are some of the cases I referred to. I won't explain this. Let me just go straight into what's actually very, very important. So in summary, for instance, of the dimension scoring that we were using, I also want to talk about, I know you can see A, B, C, D, but I won't look at the particular specific questions that we looked at there, but I'll talk mainly about the dimensions and what was the reason for the score. So there is clear assignment of responsibility for conflict resolution, and we see that there are parallel avenues, of course, that actually gets to exist in terms of dispute resolution, but cases cannot be pursued, for instance, in a parallel way. The conflict resolution mechanism is accessible to the public, of course. They are accessible, especially with the courts of first instance, but the others are mentioned, which are limited, where we only have one court, for instance, in the country. So there are all those challenges. The mutually accepted agreements reached through informal dispute resolution systems are encouraged. Of course, there is, and we see quite a lot of work around paralegal support mainly paralegal support in different communities, which is initiated by different CSO organizations, and Zambia Land Alliance being one of them, the National Legal Aid Clinic for Women, the Legal Resources Foundation, which assists people in actually resolving their land disputes in their areas. Then there is also an accessible, affordable, and timely process for appealing disputed rulings. Of course, the process of appealing is there, but of course, in terms of it being timely, and also the fact of cost, that's another question. Then we have, under this indicator, of course, there was quite a lot of challenges in gathering data, because most of the area of land disputes, the area of land disputes is actually an area in the country which hasn't been hugely or vastly actually researched. So there was a challenge to actually get statistical data in terms of land conflicts. How many land conflicts, for instance, are in the courts of law? There's no proper documentation that was found, as this particular study was focusing on already existing data. So some of that information was not readily available. And I think in one of my proposals, I actually mentioned that there is obviously need to actually go ahead and try and capture quite a lot of that information which is not readily available, readily accessible. And also, I'll look at the conflicts in the formal system are resolved in a timely manner. Mainly this is in the first courts of instance, which are the local courts. When you talk about the subordinate courts or the high courts, of course, there is a challenge there in terms of cases or conflicts being resolved in a timely manner, as they can actually store for even a period of 10 years. We're just still talking about one particular case. And some of the key findings, again, deriving from what I've talked about, the scores, legislation definitely exists that recognizes the judicial court system, as well as the formal platform of conflict resolution. The informal customary conflict resolution systems are explicitly recognized in legislation, both frequently used. Information on the rulings of different forums is shared upon request. In other instances, it may be publicly shared, e.g. Alternative dispute resolution. Then there's no readily available statistical data on cases, like I mentioned earlier. The traditional dispute resolution system stands ignored by the introduction of local courts. Appeals are regulated by pieces of legislation that establish the different courts. Then the process of land disputes being resolved by the judicial courts is long and very bureaucratic, which is also a new challenge that people have faced. There's little evidence of the use of the courts by the economically disadvantaged. We see them more using the traditional court system, and if it's the courts, it's definitely mainly the local courts. Then what are the challenges in comprehensive legal framework and inefficiencies of courts and institutions? And the conflict resolution system currently creates difficulties for lawyers and judges, like I mentioned earlier. I'll just talk about just a few key, I think, points in terms of challenges, which have mainly, I think, they are in terms of access to justice. We look at administrative costs. We also look at legal fees, the geographical barriers, then also the fact of insufficient court buildings and friendly court systems and procedure, as well as lack of information in accessing legal redress. I have some recommendations, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Manasseh Kuzaichweshe. I'm going to check you back to Zimbabwe. And before the 3 days is over, you'll be back to Zimbabwe, I think 4 more times. So please get used to it. My concern today is building up on what Dr. Samshi was talking about in the morning. My focus is I'm checking a corruption lens in understanding land issues in Zimbabwe. You will find that what I'm focusing on will not probably fit in the 15 minutes that I've been given, because it's part of something that I've been working on, looking at various land tenure systems and land ownership regimes in Zimbabwe. So today what I'm going to focus on is on communal areas, talk a bit about the fast-track land reform program, but not so much because others will talk about that more. I'll also talk about large-scale investments in Zimbabwe. But the main issue or the main concern here is that when you look at land-related corruption, it's about the institutions that are failing to work, where accountability, where openness, where people who are entrusted within positions to ensure that everything works well are using those positions to enrich themselves. Dr. Samshi talked about a judge who was sitting on his case. That's a failure of institutions that are supposed to be working on that. And the sum or the end product is that you will find that when programs later on come, especially now people that have been given land, where you've got mechanization programs by the government, right now we have what we call command agriculture, the same systems of corruption, the same systems of accumulation, the same individuals involved, right, in the first instance in accessing land or accessing more land than others, are the same people who are benefiting from these programs over and over again. So understanding first how these mechanisms of land corruption happen and what happens in terms of accessing land becomes very important. So basically, as I argue, land remains an emotive and polarizing feature of the Zimbabwean landscape. And you will see that within the next 3 days that the debates, the various ways that people view land reform in Zimbabwe becomes very emotive. People get emotional when they discuss land, to a point that maybe academically you will lose out in terms of what you really want to understand. The point that I have raised in my topic, corruption, already if somebody sees that, they already assume that I'm anti-government, I belong to the opposition, and what I'm talking about is I'm delegating the land reform program that benefited a few. But what I'm just simply doing is understanding how corruption fits into this whole schematic. But corruption, as I broadly defined it, is the intentional misperformance or neglect of a recognized duty or the unwarranted excess of power with the motive of gaining some advantage, more or less directly personal. So the emphasis here is on power, or the microcases of power, not the persons per se, but the positions that people hold. If you are in position, if you are somehow responsible for allocating land, like traditional chiefs, we are interested more in the position of the chief and what it entails in terms of what you can access from that position. So it becomes important to talk about that. Then there are different types of corruption: petty corruption, political corruption, to talk about patronage, like what Dr. Namsha did in the morning. There's grand corruption and nepotism. And there are various forms of corruption that have happened when it comes to land in all these various spaces, and I'm going to look at that. But what is also interesting now is at the bottom, the reproduction of political power using land. Right? And we are seeing it again. We have elections next year in 2018, and urban land is now at the forefront of this reproduction of political power, where the ruling party is using urban land and parceling it out to gain support. Especially now that the war veterans are no longer so cozy or friendly with the regime at the moment. You will find that they are now turning to youths, and youths with urban land. The dimension there is interesting. I think it's a topic that we can discuss another time. So I'm going to look at corruption opportunities in communal land. Communal land is land that is communally owned. According to the constitution, traditional leaders have some authority over that land in terms of its administration. So you will find that you are seeing examples of illegal parceling out of land, of communal land. It's not supposed to be transactable. You're not supposed to sell communal land, but this is happening more and more, especially in peri-urban areas, because as the city continues to grow, rural spaces in peri-urban areas have now become the new frontier in terms of land sales. So you've got areas like Seke and Goromonzi and Maboshawa where some of these sales are happening, especially in Seke. Transparency International, Zimbabwe, they're dealing with so many cases of disputes over land that has been sold in these peri-urban areas. But these lands are not supposed to be sold or transferable, but people are selling them. And traditional chiefs are at the forefront of some of these processes. And it's causing conflicts, because once you buy that piece of land, like in Seke, for example, you can get a stand for something like $3,000 US. So once you buy that, you have no security, right? I might sell you the land. Then my brother will come later on and says that that land is a family land. You can't get it. Whoever sold it to you did it illegally. So you do not have any protection for that. So there are many cases that some of these organizations are dealing with within these spaces. Right. I'll quickly move on to the early land reform processes. Is that you find that in Zimbabwe, after independence in 1980, we had early attempts at land reform. For example, Moyo says between 1980 to 1987, 100,000 hectares were repossessed. But again, the scale of corruption was apparent and evident within these programs in the early 80s and the 90s. You will find that there was the issue of secretive leases where political elites were also gaining land by various means. So you'll find that one of the issues that led to unsuccessful land reforms in the earlier processes was the issue of elites gaining land using various corrupt means, and ordinary people do not benefit much, right? So you find that people like Makumbo would argue that the ruling elite has made it more than token the settlement of the land was peasant on acquired land. The elites have made effective use of the land acquisition to 1992 to favor their owners. So there are various critics that I have listed there that have highlighted the issue that there was corruption within the early land reform processes in Zimbabwe. I also have newspaper reports that I have cited that talk about some of these things. In Mashingo, for example, where political elites were accused of taking over a farm that was earmarked for settlement. So you will find that even in early land reforms, there was this aspect or issue of corruption. Now to the first land reform program. I will not talk much about this, but just to highlight that studies, Marongo and Goromonzi, Zamshia and Chipinge, also Salomba talk about issues where corruption has happened. And in Salomba's case, he actually cites war veterans who were accusing the government officials who were involved in land allocation processes of being corrupt. So there is that element within that. But I also have an excerpt from a report from the Herald, which is the state media, where the now vice president, who was acting there, Emerson Mnangagwa, was basically accusing some of his colleagues of parceling out farms to girlfriends, relatives, having farms in their children's names, and having big farms. So he was saying that anyone found with the farm that is bigger than the required size, the land will be downsized, but nothing has happened since 2015 about that. But this just gives you that inclination into what happened in terms of land corruption and its existence within these things. I will not go into this debate now. I think it's for others. This debate that I'm sure started in the morning, where studies by your schools, Matonde, have showed that basically, generally, ordinary Zimbabweans mostly benefited from the land reform. But there are other studies which have shown that political elites have also benefited much more than ordinary Zimbabweans, they say. I call that the problematic issue of the elite question: who is elite, who is not, who is a peasant, who is not a peasant. But what I want to focus on now is the redistribution of redistributed land. Around 2014, 2015, ZANU-PF started to disintegrate from within with these functional wars that are happening to this day. These functional wars, what they've done is they've shown us some of the mechanics of corruption that is happening in the state. You will find that when a faction led by the then Vice President was removed from the political party, there were cases where they were now saying people like Didmas Mutasa, who was a minister then, they had multiple farms and they were taking over some of these farms and they were reinvading these farms this way. Also, Chemba Mulisa, who had left ZANU-PF at that time, suffers the same fate. But you also have newspaper reports and reports on community outreach, which was done when we were having the Land Commission Bill, where people in Mashingo and Mutare and Mashonaland provinces were complaining about corrupt chiefs. That is, they were now passing out grazing lanes and other lanes within the areas they are illegal. Okay. Then, here I focus on corruption opportunities in emerging large-scale land investments. Basically, we've got two large-scale land investments in Zimbabwe, Chisumbanje and Nuanetsi. But in both studies, they've shown that one character keeps showing up. Billy Rautenberg, a Zimbabwean person and corruption in South Africa, I think he's wanted for corruption charges. But he's central to the large-scale land investments that are happening in Zimbabwe at the moment. And the politics of it in terms of how they access land and what's happening with that is also interesting. The government is basically gotten into a build, operate and transfer program where the government institution ADA will receive 8% of the annual proceeds from this company that has taken over at Sumbanje plant. But what is clear there is how deals are done continuously without communities knowing, and what happens or what ensues in terms of loss of livelihoods and access to land is very important. The responses. There's a new land commission that we have now. The commissioners have been. So we hope that it might be a starting point to understanding how we can deal with corruption in Zimbabwean land. Then we've got the Anti-Corruption Commission. It hasn't done much because of political interference, and the commissioners themselves, some of them have been arrested for corruption, so it's very disappointing. Then you've got political statements and rhetoric on the need to fight corruption. Every day, even the president is on record saying this, but nothing really happens. What we have is arrest of low-level officials, but somehow the cases disappear. Somehow we have this term in Zimbabwe when it comes to even land, which are not included in this paper, land barons. People who are passing out land and selling it illegally and gaining money from that. But the biggest land barons have been left untouched because of political clout. Then you've got unlawful police. Then in the even landscapes that I was talking about, where people have been stealing their money from cooperatives. Talking to some of these guys, they use, you see, the man who is there is, we call him Bachensen, he's a comedian. He has got this statement. Basically saying, what can you do to us? There's nothing you can do to us. If you talk to some of these people who are in cooperatives, passing out land, the land barons, they will tell you this. What can you do to us? As long as they are politically connected, they are politically correct, nothing will happen to them. Basically, the situation will continue. So what you have is how then the politics itself and institutions have failed to respond to corruption within these various land regime systems in Zimbabwe. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. So for the discussant for this section is Professor Maniba Isaacs, who is a senior lecturer and a postgraduate program coordinator at CLASS. She joined CLASS in 1999 and she was appointed to the position of senior lecturer in 2007 and has done extensive research on the politics of knowledge production and policy making in small-scale fishery management, governance, coastal abuse, and poverty, with specific reference to the contestation of South Africa fishing policy. So, Professor Maniba Isaacs.
Thank you. As you've read my brief, land is not a research area that I am focusing on. But the issues on land is also the issues facing people who have access issues and access rights issues, whether it's fishers, whether it's foresters, whether it's farmers, they are issues are similar. I just want to add a little bit of context in terms of where my argument is going and where I see the key pointers for the session. I think it was a really in-depth session for different countries from East Africa, Burundi, Tanzania, Zambia, and also Zimbabwe. And I think it is very important when we look at the concept of land tenure. Land is often the entry point to a lot of access to different resources. And it is a relationship that is, whether it's legally or customarily defined among people or individuals or groups with respect to land. So we view land as a point, access point to natural resources in terms of fisheries, forestry, in an integrated way. An important part of that is gender and the rights of indigenous and First Nation people. Tenure can be viewed as a collective basket of livelihoods where many local communities and indigenous communities do not differentiate between the use, the access to natural resources, whether it is in the water, whether it's in the forest, or whether there's a deep connection between the land use, the access to forests, the grounds, and the use of water, and also customary practices. And I think it is very important that sometimes I find that the focus point is too much on the land issue and the politics of the land. And when you start from the point in terms of seeing tenure and land as an access and a basket of livelihoods that go together with that access and that entry point of land, it is important to kind of look at the broader concept. Sometimes also in the case studies, we look at it from a perspective of the law and how the law at the top, whether the law actually is implemented at the bottom. And in many cases, it is where we need to start. Customary practices, customary law, what is happening in local communities. And it's often how most of the studies also cover the issue of the governance of tenure. And in specifically land administration, the land use, the land rights, redistribution. I'm surprised at, in all the case studies, the issue of illegal raised issues in terms of local people, whether it's pastoralists and especially the marginalization and how people are made illegal within the system is often highlighted. And when you look at that, you often see that a lot of people migrate from one area to another area, and those people are not necessarily part of the community. are not necessarily part of, they form as part of migrant workers, farm workers, or subcontracting on farm, and where are their rights within the legal system. Just to look at the different different case studies and specific pointers on the case studies. I think that, you know, in terms of the issue of Burundi and an issue of the two different commissions and displacement of land and access land in terms of people who needs to be restituted after 40 years. And it is important that that basket of livelihoods needs to be looked at. When you are displacing people, whether it is a post-war people existing rights, it's important to look at what is the basket of livelihoods, what is the use, the access of that rights of people that are compromised in this particular case. The issue of tenure security, a lot has been said about weak institutions, weak failure, and that is often linked to the corruption. And corruption is a word I think that we often tend to latch on immediately, but I think it is important also to unpack what do we mean by corruption on the one hand, and what do we mean also out of the case studies with criminality, and how to make how people are often viewed as illegal or as criminal. It is important with land administration and governance of tenure that you look at what is a management regulation that the pastoralists overstep, and that can be sought out in breaking a rule. And in many local communities, there are different systems of negotiations or conflict resolution that can happen successfully. But it's very easy from a government perspective or from a legal perspective to make people criminals, and to make criminals out of people who have moved from one area to another. So I would say it is important to separate what is a management rule that has been maybe overstepped, or what is the criminality of that. And that is important when we deal with vulnerable communities, to separate the management from the criminality. And far too often, many people are made criminals too easily at local level. I think the issue of dispute and corruption and also came out very strongly in the case of Tanzania, and there also the issue of what is management rule and what is criminality is important to separate. I can't see. 2 minutes, okay. I'll finish off now. I think it's also when we're dealing with land governance assessment frameworks, it's often that we want to look at this framework and want to apply the framework. And I find it in many case studies that we have the laws, we have the dual systems, we have the protection of the people, we have of local people, we have the local traditional systems that are all there and supportive. But in many cases, when the lenses comes from the top, it's very little, it's very, you almost investigate it from that perspective. And in that case, the issue of access justice is often highlighted. So I think it's important also that there are frameworks, there are systems within in the different countries, and I think it's often the recognition of those systems or or promoting those systems that are not there. So to end off, my final thought is that it is important that when we look at land and land redistribution, it is very important to look at the basket of livelihoods. It's very important to understand land tenure in context of many other livelihoods, because if we only look at land and the politics of land, we tend to sidestep the importance of livelihoods that are being displaced if resettlement or large-scale investments take place. Thank you.
Honorable Makamu will be our chairperson, and the presenters are Goddard, Patrick, Kamil, Tutuwani, and Twinbeku.
Je m'appelle Nina Marie-Gaudet, je suis à l'espace, conseiller à la coordination des candidats. Je vais présenter la problématique de l'inégalité de genre en matière de succession en famille. Et puis, quand on va passer à une protection, on passe à l'historique parce que la mission de l'égalité de genre au famille n'est pas d'actualité, notamment de l'enfant. Donc, dans la culture, vous avez beaucoup de droits. Par exemple, le droit d'aller à l'école, le droit de circuler, le droit à l'expression, etc. La fille burundaise est obligée de rester auprès de sa mère, s'attirer à des travaux domestiques, des travaux de santé, des travaux ménagers, sans pour autant construire les limites du foyer. Par contre, le garçon était prêt à tout, le garçon était libre, il faisait tout ce qu'il voulait. Donc, ce traitement inégal entre filles et garçons créait une différence de considération sociale entre la fille et le garçon. Pourtant, notre pays, le Burundi, a ratifié un bon nombre de textes juridiques nationaux et internationaux qui garantissent l'égalité de genre, l'égalité entre l'homme et la femme. Et là, on peut citer par exemple la Constitution de la République du Burundi, en son article 22. Il y a la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, adoptée en 1948, en son article 7. Il y a également le Pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques, le Pacte international relatif aux droits économiques, sociaux et culturels était adopté en 1966. Il y a aussi la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme, en son article 18, alinéa 3, mais aussi la Convention internationale sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination à l'égard de la femme. Mais malgré cette consécration juridique, on remarque qu'en matière de succession, il y a encore une discrimination, il y a encore une inégalité entre l'homme et la femme. On se demande alors pourquoi cette discrimination à l'égard de la femme. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour lever ce défi? Quelles sont les causes et les conséquences en rapport avec cette question? Au Burundi, la façon d'accéder à la terre, c'est l'héritage. Jusqu'à aujourd'hui, il y a une population de 11 99 298 habitants, de 5 524 412 sont des hommes. Là, c'est une étude menée en 2016 par le Centre d'intelligence agency sur la démographie du Burundi. Pourquoi alors il y a cette inégalité de genre entre l'homme et la femme au Burundi? La première cause, c'est la coutume. La coutume burundaise, je ne considère pas la femme, je ne considère pas la fille comme enfant légitime, et ne reconnaît pas le lien de filiation entre la fille et ses parents. La fille ne parvient pas de l'ordre des successions. Donc, selon la coutume, la fille est née pour se marier, pour aller vivre ailleurs, et considère que la femme doit trouver tout ce dont elle a besoin et chez sa belle famille. Donc, sauf la femme célibataire à vie, a droit d'hériter à la terre. Sinon, la femme mariée n'a droit qu'à une petite portion de terre. En Cameroun, on l'appelle des iséqués. Et la femme lycéenne, c'est quelque chose sélectif en droit d'usufruit. Elle n'a pas de droit de propriété. C'est-à-dire qu'après sa mort, cette portion de terre revient à ses frères. Une autre cause qui est à la source de cette discrimination, c'est la surpopulation. Mais avant de passer à la surpopulation, notons que cette pratique est déjà ancrée dans les mœurs des Burundais et même toutes les juridictions du pays, les cours et tribunaux dans tous les petits pays, se confèrent à la coutume, se servent de la coutume pour rendre des jugements. Et dans la mesure où un grand nombre de dossiers judiciaires, par exemple, une étude menée en 2014 a bien montré que plus de 70% des dossiers concernent le français. Et le plus souvent, ce sont les femmes qui réclament la succession. Sur la surpopulation, jusqu'en 2016, le taux de reproduction au Burundi s'élève à 36,6%, selon la même étude menée en 2016 par Central Intelligence Agency, ce qui fait que sur 27 millions 834 km² de superficie du pays, il y a 11 098 298 habitants. Donc, cela entraîne l'exécution des terres dans la mesure où même les Burundais ne comprennent pas la politique de limitation de naissance. Cela fait alors qu'il y ait un grand nombre d'emplois par rapport à la superficie de terre à partager. Ce qui accentue alors l'égoïsme chez les hommes et ne digère pas le fait de partager équitablement la terre avec leurs sœurs déjà mariées. Il y a aussi l'ignorance de la femme. Ça aussi, c'est une cause de discrimination à leur égard, parce que la femme burundaise et surtout la femme rurale ne connaît pas ses droits. La femme ne sait pas son emploi et la foi, et ne connaît pas ses devoirs, et ne connaît pas non plus ses droits. Donc, elle est ignorante, elle ignore et tout. Et cela s'est fait beaucoup remarquer lorsque un projet de loi régissant la succession a été porté devant la population burundaise pour une consultation populaire. Un bon nombre de femmes là ont dit non à la liquidation de la succession. Et elles estiment que ce qu'elles ont chez leurs époux, ce qu'elles ont chez leur belle famille, leur suffisent. Et voilà, mais se sous-estimer elles-mêmes. Et croient que ce qui est fait par les hommes est toujours fait. Ça aussi fait qu'il y ait une discrimination à leur égard. On ne peut pas ignorer qu'il y a également l'absence de loi régissant la succession. Donc notre pays, le Burundi, s'appuie sur un retard dans la mise en place de cette loi. Parce qu'il y a des années, ce projet de loi a été porté devant le Parlement, il a été proposé devant le Parlement, mais jusqu'à aujourd'hui, un cursus réservé n'a été donné. Donc, cette matière de succession est jusque-là régie par la coutume, qui est pourtant discriminatoire à l'égard de la femme, et traite l'homme et la femme d'une façon inégale. Et cette inégalité de genre au Burundi ne manque pas d'impact. L'agriculture au Burundi joue un rôle important dans l'économie du pays. Elle est la principale ressource économique. Mais pour passer à cette économie, il faut qu'il y ait accès à la terre. Or, la femme burundaise n'a pas de terre la femme burundaise n'a pas de droit de propriété. Et chez son mari, on voit que la femme est usufruitière, elle n'a pas de droit sur la terre. Chez sa famille, la femme n'hérite pas. Il a aussi un droit d'usufruit sur la petite portion accordée par ses frères. Pour dire que la femme ne peut pas se développer. Elle ne peut même pas passer à d'autres activités productives de revenus parce qu'elle n'a pas de capital, elle ne peut même pas être accessible au crédit bancaire parce qu'elle n'a rien à donner comme garantie de paiement. Alors, discriminer la femme à la succession, c'est l'exposer à la pauvreté. La femme burundaise, et surtout la femme qui n'a rien, qui ne produit rien, qui ne contribue à rien dans la société, n'a pas de valeur devant son mari. Donc la femme, dans son cas, est considérée comme une charge, elle est prise comme un fardeau devant son mari, et celui-ci fait tout son possible, fait tout ce qu'il peut pour pouvoir s'en débarrasser. Cela se remarque alors que les femmes souvent sont battues. Les femmes sont souvent renvoyées du foyer conjugal et elles sont traitées comme bon lui semble leur mari. Et dans ce cas-là, la femme est obligée d'y rester malgré ce traitement humain. Elle est obligée de rester avec lui parce qu'elle ne peut aller nulle part. Elle n'a nulle part où aller. Elle n'a pas de quoi se faire vivre. Donc, elle est obligée de rester là. Donc, l'exclure de la succession, c'est l'exposer également aux violences basées sur le genre. Également, il y a le fait de développement économique national. Là, la femme contribue énormément au développement du pays. Pourquoi? Parce que plusieurs études ont montré vraiment que la femme est une bonne gestionnaire. Là, on cite par exemple l'étude menée au Rwanda, c'était en 1998 sur la place de la femme dans les postes de prise de décision. Il y a également l'étude menée au Burundi en 2016 sur la représentation de la femme en matière au poste de prise de décision dans le secteur judiciaire. Ces études-là ont démontré que la femme est une bonne gestionnaire qui peut contribuer au développement du pays. Pourquoi? Parce que l'argent de la femme n'est pas gaspillé n'importe comment, elle n'est pas gaspillé pour des besoins inutiles. L'argent de la femme est utilisé pour l'intérêt du foyer, est utilisé pour les biens des enfants, ses biens personnels, les biens de la famille. Et dans ce cas-là, aussi les foyers sont bien développés si les familles se portent bien. Là aussi, le pays va bien se développer. Pourquoi? Parce que avec l'autonomisation de la femme, celle-ci peut passer à d'autres activités même. Dans ce cas, les activités productives. Avec les activités productives qu'elle fait, elle peut payer l'impôt, l'État en profite, et l'État peut aussi essayer de faire d'autres activités pour le développement du pays. Par exemple, notre pays, au Burundi, l'État dépense beaucoup pour la gratuité des soins de la maternité, la gratuité des soins des enfants de moins de 5 ans, la gratuité aussi à l'éducation pour les enfants à l'école primaire. Tout cela parce que les familles sont pauvres, l'État y contribue, il met un grand effort pour intervenir aux familles qui ne peuvent pas le faire elles-mêmes. Mais si les familles se portent bien, la famille aurait le faire elle-même et laisser l'État à faire d'autres activités pour le développement du pays. Là, on va passer aux recommandations. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour relever ce défi? Il faut qu'il y ait la sensibilisation à l'emploi de femmes. Les femmes doivent être sensibilisées pour connaître d'abord les textes, que ce soit nationaux ou internationaux, qui établissent l'égalité de droit, l'égalité de genre, qui garantissent leurs droits. Il faut que les femmes sachent bien qu'il y a des textes juridiques qui les protègent. Il faut également qu'elles soient sensibilisées sur le changement de mentalité, parce qu'on a bien remarqué que les femmes burundaises sont difficiles à adopter au changement. il leur est difficile d'adopter au changement. Les femmes burundaises veulent rester là où elles sont et ne veulent pas changer leur mentalité. Il faut aussi également qu'elles soient sensibilisées sur la limitation des naissances, parce que la limitation des naissances va diminuer la surpopulation qui s'observe aujourd'hui dans notre pays. Dans ce cas-là, il n'y aura pas de cet égoïsme-là qui s'observe chez les hommes. Ils comprendront que partager la terre avec leurs sœurs est une chose qui existe. Mais également, il faut sensibiliser les hommes sur la prise de conscience en ce qui est de l'égalité entre l'homme et la femme. Il faut que les hommes aussi soient flexibles, soient sensibles pour comprendre que c'est un droit accordé aux femmes par la loi pour qu'ils soient égaux en droit. Mais aussi les sensibiliser sur ce qui est de la limitation des naissances, parce que cette politique-là ne va pas se mettre en œuvre sans qu'il y ait contribution, sans qu'il y ait collaboration entre l'homme et la femme. Mais aussi, ce qui est plus important en tout, c'est de mettre en place une loi réduisant la succession pour établir les successifs. Également, préciser le temps entre la mort du défunt et la liquidation de succession pour qu'il n'y ait pas confusion. Les procédures aussi de renonciation à la succession, parce qu'il peut y avoir des enfants qui renoncent à la succession, mais de qu'il n'est pas précis par une loi, ça peut créer des conflits dans la famille.
Maintenant, je passe la parole à Flavie de l'Université de Yara.
Good morning to everybody, and welcome to this Yara conference. I am from Cameroon, Central Africa, and I am happy to be here today to present the draft result of a paper titled Gender Responsive Land Government and Household Well-being in Cameroon. For those not used to Cameroon, it is a country in the of Africa, you can see on the PCT, not too far from Nigeria, Gabon, Congo, and sorry. Then, in terms of background of the studies, nowadays in my country, land access is becoming one of the major concerns of stakeholders, even political or economic ones. And at times, having access to land is a matter of many procedures. And some things that we must know is that in my country, the law organizing the access to land is from 1974. And for example, somebody can live in my country is not yet able to have a land as his own one because of the law and still too young. And there are many types of complaints against it, but up to today, nothing has been done to improve, even in terms of the law or in terms of the sharing of land, especially for women. Another matter of the study is the fact that we are now moving from MDG to SDG, and the SDG is focusing on sustainable development with a real interest on how to maintain land and to secure it. Then, what can justify this study? The first part is that land is now seen as a production factor. So land has a cost. If, for example, in an enterprise they use capital, human capital to produce, they can also use land. So there is some kind of land market. Now we need to understand how to organize the supply or the demand. And in my country, there is no more, just a few evidence on how economy can impact land government in terms of well-being or in terms of economic growth since the independence. Then concerning the content of the study, there are some theoretical work in my country explaining how land tenure security can be addressed. And there is a fast-growing large-scale land acquisition by foreign national companies, national government, rich and poor individuals, so that people in one area are no more operator of the land due to those facts. That's why in terms of literature, we can see that some authors like Dukhan in 2001, Hanstar in 2004, or even Kazan in 2004 in Pakistan, show that the ownership of land can be a matter of improving on the well-being of a household, mostly when the head of household is a woman, or when the land is the one of the woman. For this study, the background of our empirical literature is based on Richie Scott, 1918, page 1922, concerning the principal component analysis. See, in this study, we use such a tools in order to identify what explains the fact that a woman or a man can have access to land. Then, in terms of linking the incorporation of gender-responsive land into the analysis, we take into account a probability divided model. This is an econometric model from a qualitative point of view, like those of Titan 2000 or Meubauer in 1980. It enables us to see the impact of land governance on the well-being of the household. Then I need to mention the main problem of our study on the new interpretation. We want to know what are the implications of gender-responsive land government on well-being in Cameroon. And this main interpretation is divided into two subsidiary ones. The first secondary question is what are the tenure of land tenure in Cameroon, and to which extent the gender perspective for land right can impact on household living conditions. So for this study, we use data from INS, their pro-political economic data of the consumption household survey, the one completed in 2001, the other one in 2007. Unfortunately, the most recent one, the one of 2014, is not available. That's why we don't have all the results. But for the two first survey, we have the result for this study. And let me mention that the data was collected at the urban, semi-urban, and rural level with a three-stage sampling framework. In terms of main findings, regarding well-being of households, we can see that in rural area, the well-being of the household depends mostly on some assets, among which we have land, and also on housing characteristics, and the distance to the nearest basic infrastructure or commodity like a school, a facility, or a market. In urban area, well-being is a matter of household equipment of comfort like iron, pan, gas bottle, or housing characteristics in terms of access to land. Because in urban area, at times, people are but not owning their own land. They used to live in landlord, and it can affect their well-being since the house where they live is not theirs. Then, concerning the link between household and household well-being and land access, we found that the most common way for women in Cameroon to acquire land is through their husband. Since because of the law, it's difficult for a woman, if even she is a single, widow, or divorced, to have access to land, even to purchase. It's really difficult in a country due to culture and law. Then another result is that if a woman has access to land and use it for farming, breeding, it can lead to some income, and those income will be used to improve on the household well-being, and may lead to a greater equity of a share of relevant land. Then, in terms of policy relevance of the study, this study, in our sense, is important for stakeholders because since land is now becoming a correlation factor, they have to know, or they have to be better equipped in terms of information to understand how land market functions, in terms of supply, in terms of demand. Since today, when you have a land, you have to choose between building a house on it and put it on rent, or even to grow crops. And then in terms of crops, you can even choose to grow the crop for food security or growing crop just for export. So they need to have information to hand it since they are not engaged in the 2015 development agenda. Another fact is that our result can help stakeholders to try to lead to an equity in terms of land sharing. Then we hope the new development agenda will be a land-based one for a bright future of my country. I thank you for your kind attention.
So now I invite Mr. Camille Munezero to present his research. He is from Association de la Paix et du Droit à l'Homme.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur, pour m'accorder la parole. Je salue tout le monde et j'en profite aussi pour remercier les organisateurs de cet événement, combien important pour les jeunes chercheurs africains. Je suis particulièrement à l'aise de procéder à cette présentation après celle qui a été faite par ma sœur. Ma consoeur Marie Gorette, parce qu'elle a posé l'essentiel du contexte dans lequel la femme burundaise vit. Mais permettez-moi aussi de revenir quand même sur quelques avancées par rapport à la situation de la femme, et notamment dans ce qui concerne sa participation politique depuis la Constitution de 2005, il y a quand même une avancée avec un quota qui a été fixé à 30%. Maintenant, on a des femmes qui participent dans la vie politique comme parlementaires, comme députées, comme sénatrices, mais aussi comme gouverneurs de province, administrateurs communaux, etc. Ceci est aussi important parce que ça se répercute sur la gestion des structures au niveau vraiment de la base, au niveau communautaire. Et puis, il y a aussi eu adoption de certaines législations, notamment sur la prévention, la protection des victimes et la répression des violences sexuelles et basées sur le genre. Ça, c'est en septembre 2016. Et puis, une autre loi sur la prévention, la répression du trafic humain qui concerne la plupart des fois, bien évidemment, la femme. Ça, nous sommes en octobre 2014. Mais avant ça, il y avait aussi le code pénal, le code de procédure pénale qui avait été réviser, réformer pour intégrer la répression des violences basées sur le genre. Mais bien évidemment, il y a des sujets qui restent préoccupants, comme on en parlait, notamment quand on regarde l'accès de la femme à la terre, mais aussi son accès aux facteurs de production. C'est d'ailleurs dans ce contexte que le Burundi présentait son cinquième et son sixième rapport à la Commission des Nations Unies sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination à l'égard de la femme, avec d'abord cette note positive, mais aussi avec quelques secteurs où on présente une évolution timide. Et les organisations ADDH, ce qu'on appelle les droits de l'homme, c'est un collectif des associations de producteurs agricoles, et nous sommes pour la promotion des Batois, les Batois étant les populations autochtones du Burundi, avec l'appui de International Land Coalition. Nous nous sommes proposés de creuser un peu les deux éléments sur l'accès de la femme à la terre et l'accès aux facteurs je vais dire, la promotion de la situation de la femme en matière de production agricole. Donc, il y a toujours le principe d'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes qui reste affirmé par la Constitution. Bon, mais quand on regarde au niveau de la pratique, effectivement, ça pose un problème parce que la femme reste exclue de l'accès à la terre, qui est essentiellement géré par le régime coutumier, et avec, comme le disait Marie Gorette, l'absence de la loi sur les successions qui renforce ces inégalités. Mais les femmes batois étant aussi un peu plus vulnérables parce que leur communauté ont très peu d'espace de vie, d'espace de foncier de vie, mais aussi surtout pour cultiver. Et il n'y a pas beaucoup d'issues de secours parce que le cadre socio-économique est plus ou moins fermé. Et qu'est-ce que nous recherchions en fait pour contribuer à ce rapport du gouvernement du Burundi sur la mise en œuvre de la Convention sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination à l'égard de la femme? Nous voulions comprendre surtout dans quelle mesure les initiatives de développement communautaire s'adaptent à un tel contexte tel que je viens de le décrire, qui est rigide, et quels sont les changements, s'il y en a, qui sont induits par telles initiatives. Et comme je le disais, notre focus c'était sur la promotion de la situation foncière et la situation agricole de la femme. En ce qui concerne la première initiative, disons une série d'initiatives, mais qui sont mises en œuvre dans le domaine de l'accès et de la reconnaissance des droits fonciers de la femme, nous avons regardé par exemple les interventions dans la mise en place et la gestion des groupements communautaires de solidarité féminine, des groupements où les femmes peuvent collecter
focus group discussion, land group mediation, etc. And this study was all encompassing. I didn't want to get biased information, so that you, both male and female, elders, traditional chiefs, local council members, area land committee members, they were all involved and interviewed. The theoretical debate. What I want us to understand, just 3 points, what I want us to understand from what is in the literature is literature on African youth has been presented in a way that most of the African youth leave their villages, go to towns, go to cities for better opportunities. This is in terms of education, employment, and better services. But my main argument here, the situation of actually a post-conflict situation, this is not the case. majority of them have remained within their local settings. Reason, they do not have maybe people to receive them in the other in towns. Also at the same time, they are not educated, they lost out on education, so they cannot compete favorably. Another point that I want us to understand in literature is that the youth are depicted as vulnerable, marginalized, victims of war, child soldiers, etc., at risk of HIV, unemployed. But here, I'm trying to show that actually the youth can use the situations they are in to make their lives better. In actually, they are trying to use the situations that have been created by the war to gain power and authority in land governance. Then also what is important is the youth value theory. I know most of you know about it. It depicts youth as a generation that has barely no future, but also as a generation that has so many risks because there are many, they are unemployed, they are etc. But we are trying to, I'm going to try to show how actually this define this, and they are showing that we can make it in life. Now, recent findings. I want us to know that the changes in land governance, they are at family level, they are at community level, and at regional level. At family level, you see that there are so many conflicts. When the war had just ended, the land conflicts were between clans, between maybe tribes, but what is happening now? The conflicts are within the family, and it shows that there is a power struggle between the elders and also the youth. And some of the reasons why there is a power struggle within the family is the youth are not accepting to wait for power to be relinquished to them after like death of their parents. No, they want the authority here and now, and that is causing problems. But also during war, the death of elders, this created a vacuum, and the youth are coming in to fill this vacuum. Also, the war created situations where land got more value, and the youth realized that actually land can exchange hands, and after that they want a piece of it. And all this is causing conflict. But when it comes to the community level, we see that the youth are presenting themselves as stakeholders. You involve us. If there is a land conflict, then you have to listen to our side. And they are using this because they are using the opportunity of violence. They are trying to use violence as a new form of land access, in a way that they will use their numbers. First of all, they are more than the elders, and then they will try to assert what they want. But also we take it back that when the youth were in the camps, they were exposed to so many issues, and also this led to the breakdown of the Acholi social fabric. In a way that elders are no longer respected now. They talk about lining for the same food with the elders. And of course, talking about the poverty that is as a result of being in the camp, that the elders can no longer marry for them wives, they can no longer give them land, and of course, this is creating a gap in the power system. But at the community level, we also have a situation of decentralization where the youth have been elected in these positions. So they are making decisions on who to access land, on who not to access land, but also listening and resolving land conflicts. Of course, elders said that these are the youth who are grown up in camps. They do not have enough knowledge about customary way of owning land, but they are the same youth now who are making decisions on customary land. Now, at the political level, that is the regional level, we've had serious cases in northern Uganda of land grabbing, and basically involving big national companies. This time it's not foreign investors, but the youth have made some projects to stall, like one up to 9 years now. Has not been implemented because they've used a lot of violence, told people, beaten whoever is accessing this place to go and set up a sugar factory. And also at the same time at the regional level, the politicians are trying to fill in that gap. Remember I said the youth no longer respect the elders, so the politicians are trying now to mobilize the youth. Of course they have a selfish side of it, that they want to gain popularity and also elections for the votes for the next election. But the youth somehow believe in these politicians, and whatever they tell them to do, they will do it. So when the politicians feel a little bit disgruntled, maybe about a land dispute, they will mobilize the youth, and the youth will help them. Now, concluding remarks. This paper, or my paper, shows the different ways in which authority around land in post-conflict settings is redefined. Authority of elders to govern land is challenged by the youth. Remember I said within the family, the elders, most of them die, but also the youth no longer believe in the authority that the elders had. When it comes to after war, the youth realize that land has appreciated, and they also now want to take part in and also benefit from this land sales. But also, the war legitimized violence as a means of imposing authority. And what is also very important, maybe if you read the paper, you know that it's not that all youth benefit, and it's not all the youth become powerful. The female youth are a little left behind, but also youth who are orphans, who are big, etc. Those do not benefit from this change of authority. And lastly, I say, land is a very important area in which intergenerational power struggles become intense, because this land is the best source of livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. So we remain in Uganda, but move to a different effect, this time oil discovery and how this affected social relations with an investigation of gender violence. And this is by Area, help me with your second name, Sewaja, yes, who's a lecturer at the Makerere University.
This research focuses on what I call fractured intimacy, and with a specific focus on oil-induced gender-based violence in the oil-rich urbanized region of Western Africa. Most countries on the African continent are now in a phase where they are trying to explore oil. Even I know that Tanzania has issues with Malawi, Uganda has issues with Congo, and now Tanzania is trying to even redefine its borders, and the contestation still continues. So most countries now are in that phase where they think oil is the next kind of resource that will maybe take them forward. I won't go through the outline, but I'm just mentioning a little bit to say that between oil in Uganda was discovered between 2006 and 2008. And the projections indicate that there are about 3.5 million barrels in the Albertine region, which is the border between Uganda and the DRC. Sometimes we didn't put a map of the Albertine region. We would have seen the exact location of the area. At the moment, the government is establishing the key infrastructure that they think will be very central in the extraction and transportation of oil, including establishment of roads, putting in place power lines and water. But the other key infrastructure is the transportation, the oil pipeline that will run all the way from the western part of Uganda to Tanzania, the port of Tanga, and I think it will be one of the longest, I think, on the African continent. So that is the key infrastructure that is being put in place at the moment. The government often argues from a positive angle that if all goes as planned, Uganda will transform from dependence on grain, dependent agriculture to reliance on petroleum and its products. We will reverse our dependence on donor support, and of course there is this Vision 2040 that Uganda came up with recently, where the current ruling National Resistance Movement indicates that it wants Uganda to attain the middle income status by 2040. And of course the arguments of employment creation, poverty reduction, and the like. So that's the kind of angle that the government has taken. But when oil was discovered, there started to emerge socio-economic and political issues and contestations in the areas where this oil was discovered. One was that many people in the country and out of the country, including foreign oil companies with their staff, have now moved into the western part of the country, and almost the areas that used to have some kind of African traditional setup are now filled up with high-rise buildings, including hotels. So the setup is really changing. And but we reported to this study was that there were reports of an upsurge in gender-based violence in the region from 2006 onwards. And we'll see how this is playing out using the specific case that I'll outline a little later. And there is a spike in divorce and broken families. This has been reported in newspapers all the time, where people who are filing for divorce, those who are formally married, but also those who are customarily married through in a customary manner, are also families are being torn apart in a flash of a second. So, as we'll see later, as I will highlight. But there are also cases where men get money, abandon their wives, their children, and other dependents in the villages, and they go to enjoy life in the urban area because of the money that they've gotten in relation to compensation for land that has been taken over by the government to establish the oil refinery, but also key infrastructure. So men abandon their families in the villages. They only return to even land that they have given away when all the money is used up. There are increasing cases of polygamy and intra-family contestations or struggles, as we'll see a little bit later. So three questions guided the study, and one basically focuses on the key triggers of this violence. The second one looks at the impacts that are arising from gender-based violence, and three, we're looking at how communities are navigating and responding to these conflicts in this region. And I conducted a study in, it's a little bit ongoing, finishing data collection, but these are key highlights, in Hoima and the district of Bulisa. Now, two dynamics underpin these areas. In Hoima, it said that the oil refinery will be established there and the central processing unit. Now, the government has acquired 29 square miles of land in that area for the infrastructure, meaning that local people have now been told to leave, those who have received money. And compensation has been done in two ways. One, there are those that opted to be resettled, and there are those that opted for financial compensation, to receive money, and then go to other places. While in Bulisa, the dynamics of land acquisition have been different. One, the government did not outrightly acquire the land. Because most of the oil deposits and the extraction areas will be in Bulisa, the government only acquired small tracts of land to open up access roads to the areas where the exploration is actually taking place. So they temporarily acquire land, compensate you for the limited time they are using the land, including that area, the crops and other agricultural produce destroyed in the process. So basically, Bulisa will be some kind of extraction reserve where oil will be I will use the word exported from Bulisa to Hoima, where the refinery will be established. And this information has been collected through interviews, focus group discussion, and personal narratives. Now, the emerging findings. As I mentioned about the 29 square miles in Hoima and compensation for only the limited land and other resources that have been destroyed in the process of establishing roads and other key infrastructure. Now, I'll go into one of the key things, and that's why I have the title Fractured Intimacy. One, there is a unique case that involves the father and son, and I'm calling this one the Urinya case, where and it's in Bulisa, not in Hoima, where during the process of establishing roads, the young man called Robert, who acquired land from his grandfather before he died, asked his father to receive compensation money on his behalf, and he wanted to use this money to pay Lobola or dowry. Now, when the old man receives money, he uses it on his own personal effects. Now, the young man gets angry and says, no, I am going to ask this company, which is called Taro Uganda, one of the companies that is exploring oil, to transfer the remaining tranche of the money to my personal account, now that you have decided to do your business with the first tranche. Now, he does that, and the father gets angry. What he does is that because of the conflict, the young man reports the father to the family, the clan members and family members, and they go on to resolve that the young man has the right to transfer the money to any account of his choice because the land is legal. Now, when that happens and the conflict escalates, he reports the father to the LC, to those local councils, and it goes up to the magistrate's court, and every other person rules in his favor. What happens is that during that particular period, the elections were held in Uganda, and now the father and son go on drinking because the person they support had won. Now, during the drinking business, the young man dies mysteriously. So everybody says, because they knew about the case, all the LCs said, you have killed your son. That marks the first part of the story. Now, the wife to the young man, Robert, takes over the case. He's now father-in-law vis-a-vis his daughter. Now, he goes on to check on Taro Uganda on the transfer of the last tranche, and meets the father-in-law there, looking for the same remaining tranche. They go on, and what happens is that a meeting is convened by Taro Uganda to try and resolve this impasse, which does not actually materialize. They go on to court, and they are referred to the community development officer. And now the father-in-law wanted this young lady to unfreeze in a way, because the allegation was that you spoke to Taro Uganda to give me the last tranche of the money, so you instruct them to unfreeze this money so that when I get the money, I give you some little to take care of my grandchildren, because this young lady had 2 children. And now when she does that, this old man refuses to give her money, and since even on the land that they were living on, he ejects her and she goes back to her parents. So it shows how, and this particular case, and that's the origin of the title Fractured Intimacy, people who are closely related, literally intimates, have now been torn apart. The father does not look at the father because of ABC, and everybody goes separate ways. That is what is happening in the western part of Sudan. But more importantly, there has been transformation of social relations, particularly the social fabric that often bound communities together, and no more because of oil and compensation, and particularly compensation for land. So, apart from this, there are many other cases where you have, so these are the key highlights that I am talking about. where oil is ripping intimate relationships apart. And it shows how oil, land, and financial resources are interacting in a more complex way and playing out in the context in Western Uganda. By law, customary marriage is recognized in Uganda, meaning that this young lady had the rights to claim the last tranche, but her rights are now being trampled upon by the elderly young man. There is the transformation of the political economy in this oil-rich region, and you can clearly see that a single case can be handled by multiple institutions, and at the end, a solution may actually never be reached. There are also particular cases, and this is a little bit general, where young men or men have rejected their first wives because they do not suit the newly acquired social and financial status. They want other people who can fit within this status. But what the first wives are doing is that they are trying. It's not that they are trying to stop their men from marrying extra women. They are only trying to. They are struggling to get their fair share of what they worked for over time. Then there are also particular cases where even where there is exclusion of women in land compensation matters or agreements. One, the women are being excluded from land agreements. They are not being given a chance to be costly introduced to this land compensation documents. But even at times when they are questionably deleted from this. There is connections between Strategic Friends International, a company that was hired to do this evaluation, and the men who are the heads of the household. Then, even when some of the women are not taken out, many do not know the actual compensation amount that their husbands receive. They really don't know. When you ask them, how much did you receive as a family? It says, you see, my husband knows. For me, she only said, please sign here, and that's it. She did not give me the chance to look at anything. So they clearly don't know what the amount that they receive. So there is some bit of sidestepping of women generally, and trickery or connivance between men and the companies. So in conclusion, the impacts are fractured intimacy, of course, loss of livelihood, and transformation of the political economy in this particular area. And women are responding in many ways. Some of them approach local councils, some of them are engaging in income-generating activities, some of them approach traditional authorities. But there was one particular case where women who are chased from their households decided to live together, and they share bills and all other costs. So many have not really sat back. They are trying to find ways and means of coping with this particular problem. In conclusion, the pre-oil, what is most significant is that the old pre-oil social relations have been taken over by the new sets of social relations that are emerging. And in this case, we are seeing that women are generally losing out, and men are standing out to win. And
we can move on from this more or less external shocks, if you could think of them that way, war processes and oil discovery. Oh, sorry. So yeah, we can move on from this more or less external shocks, oil discovery and war processes, to a more policy-related impact on household institutional structures or community-level structures. And this is a case in Ethiopia to be presented by Shegron Tsegaye Moreda, who is a research fellow at the Erasmus University Rotterdam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Already introduced, I'm Tsegaye Moreda from the International Institute of Social Studies. Dear conference organizers, staff members of CLAS, conference participants, fellow friends and colleagues, as we have already learned from the previous presentations today, across developing countries, poor rural people have become increasingly vulnerable to the combined effects of various factors, environmental and climate change, corporate and state land acquisitions, and a rural economy that offers limited opportunities for farm and non-farm livelihoods. Although land remains very critical to rural people, the politically contested nature of land access and land quality has become even more so in the contemporary context of climate change and the global land rush. Especially over the last few years, we have seen a growing and renewed interest in land resources due to the convergence of multiple global crises such as food, energy, environmental crisis, and financial crisis. Taking up the case of Ethiopia, my presentation, my study argues that the recent and ongoing large-scale land acquisitions are part of the state strategy for consolidating and enforcing political authority and control over territory and people. And in so doing, I examine the implications of such strategy for rural poor people, including indigenous local communities, pastoralists and peasants, and particularly in the northwestern part of Ethiopia and the Benishangul-Gumuz region. So there have been a lot of studies conducted in Africa and also in some parts of Ethiopia where they show who rural people who have a customary form of land access are most threatened and at risk of losing their access to land. And access to land is critical to people who are living and producing in rural areas, which is also the case in the northwestern part of Ethiopia, where I studied my fieldwork. So land is not only it's a means of production, it's not only for their livelihoods, but also it signifies much more than just an economic resource, has a broader significance. It establishes and challenges the power relationships between communities, individual households, and the state. To give you a little bit of overview background, in Ethiopia, large areas have been leased to foreign and domestic investors for large-scale production of food and agro-fuels, mainly in lowland parts of the country, Benishangul-Gumuz, the Gambela region, part of the Oromia region, and the southern nations and nationalities region, especially in the historically where the state has limited control and access. There have been widespread concerns regarding the impact on local livelihoods and food security and also the environment. In the case of Ethiopia, the state owns all land and has extraordinary power in shaping who gets to use the land and for what purpose. Even though the land is legally is owned by the state, but customary forms of land access are still widely practiced in the lowland parts of the country. So this is a part of the region where I studied, where I did field work and bordering with Sudan and South Sudan, and based on qualitative methods. So I will just simply go for the presenting the key findings. So the study found that the ongoing large-scale land acquisitions in the lowland regions, which have primarily been driven by the state, pose threats to the economic, cultural, and ecological survival of local communities who depend on customary forms of land access and control, and whose livelihoods are heavily based on access to natural resources. And the process of land acquisitions involve also contradictions and contestations between the federal and regional state actors, overlapping authority over the control of land access. So the result is simply competing power over the control of land, and thus it's very much an intra-elite dynamic in the case of Ethiopia. And also the employment opportunities created, a few employment opportunities created with the coming of the large-scale agricultural investment in those regions benefited not the local people, but seasonal labor migrants coming from the highland parts of the country, which are also themselves poor people looking for employment and livelihoods, who are struggling to make a living from small plots of land, or who are themselves landless in their own original areas. So, and also the procedure with the investment is the selection procedure for the investors was not based on the competence of the investors who applied to acquire land. There is very little scrutiny and mechanism put in place to identify who was the agricultural, the experience in engaging large-scale agricultural investment, and also the technology needed according to their proposals. So there has been limited considerations of investors' development competence. So as Professor Tanya Lee puts it, the local communities who have been threatened from accessing their means of livelihood, land and other natural resources, are not accommodated, are not getting the opportunities to be hired by the investments. So their land is needed, but their labor is not, which is also reflected, which Tanya Lee put it in her case in Asia. So there are reactions, there are political reactions happening on the ground. The study also found that the communities affected by the land acquisitions have reacted in various ways against dispossession and displacements. The local reactions vary from covert and to overt forms of reaction, and they are against to different actors, state actors, and other social forces, seasonal labor migrants, the investors themselves. There are different forms of reactions expressed in different ways. But however, they are not in the form of organized and large-scale forms of reactions. And the involvement of civil society organizations or social movements in the context of Ethiopia is very limited, as there are laws that criminalize participation and the advocacy of human rights and local governance if there are conditions attached to involving in under such conditions. So it's very limited, even compared to other countries in Africa. The participation or the role of civil societies in addressing these kind of threats to local communities is very limited. So the conclusion, that I just quickly go to the conclusion and reflect on this. So access to land has become constrained to earn decent livelihood, and particularly the already difficult issue of politically contested land control and dwindling land access among the rural who have become greater challenge in the face of ongoing ecological change in highlands parts and also in the lowlands and the global land rush. Affecting democratic land access in this changing context, especially for the younger generation, and protecting the territorial rights of ethnic minorities has become a major political challenge. In the context of many African countries in which different authorities overlap and compete over control of land resources, the ongoing land acquisitions can provoke contestations and change in power relationships within and between state and society that have important implications for the land rights and livelihoods of poor rural people, including women, indigenous local communities, and the rural youth. I will finish with this, but for more readings, if you're interested on what my research is, I can share with you some of my papers published in this in the journal Third World, partially on the same issue, and also on the Canadian Journal of Development Studies on the politics of large-scale land acquisitions and how authority overlaps. There's overlap between federal and regional actors, and also the involvement of corporate elites and subaltern rural villagers contestation on the Journal of Canadian Development Studies. And on the political reactions from below, I would also like to share with you a paper on the particular case on the Benishangul Gumuz region, political reactions against large-scale land acquisitions. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zegai, for saving us a few minutes. We'd like to move on to the next presentation by Estelle Zimmi, who's a legal and policy officer at the Worldwide Fund for Nature, and she's using this organization as a case study to derive insights for how actors can ensure responsible land governance for inclusive development in line with Vision 2035 in Cameroon.
Thank you. As opposed to most of the presentations that I've made here, this is more of a vision, a strategy that WWF, which is an international NGO, has to address one of the major challenges we're facing in most African countries, and Cameroon in particular, which is inclusiveness. This morning, Mr. Martin Muchero, I think, highlighted on that when he outlined the 4 major challenges we may face in policy, and one of them, which is really an issue in Cameroon, is how do we get everybody together? How do we get everybody to the table and decide, given the conflicting and competing interests? So I'm going to spare the outline. Land governance. What does it matter? I'm not going to dwell a lot on what land is and blah, 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 we all know that. But what we're looking, why are we focusing on land governance? It's become a major issue, and it's a critical governance issue. No one can deny that. And just to briefly define what it is, it's land governance concerns the rules, processes, and structures through which decisions are made regarding the access to land and its use, the manner in which those decisions are implemented and enforced, the way that conflicting and competing interests in land are reconciled. So, why did we dwell on this vision? Why did we decide to implement a strategy to address this issue? The problem is that in Cameroon, and I guess in most countries, is that we're facing this. WWF is more of environmental organization. The core of our job is to protect the environment and to conserve it, to preserve it. But on the other side, we understood that today we cannot do that alone. Development is important. We need development, especially in our African countries. But how do we reconcile both? How do we strike an equilibrium between economic growth and efficiency and environmental protection and conservation? And so we have the land choices that push us to deal with different dilemmas: ecological versus social values, limits of resources versus consumption, local versus global needs, our generation versus future generations, and bottom lines versus good practices. How do we reconcile all this? So the impact of land governance, again, many of the previous speakers have spoken about corruption, have spoken about weak systems, have spoken about the lack of accountability. And it's very clear that when land governance is weak, you have the elite, the very restricted group that dominate and use the resources at their advantage. And when it's effective, then it's more equitable. Everybody can get a share of the cake, if I can put it that way. So again in Cameroon, this is just a brief picture, summarized picture of the different stakeholders. It's not exhaustive, but it represents the major stakeholders in land. So you go from the public to civil society to individuals to private sector to multinationals, you can name it. So land governance in Cameroon. Again, our brother in Cameroon emphasized enough on that, but I'm just going to briefly outline the major setbacks. We are still governed, the land in Cameroon is still governed by Ordinance 1974, which is, I think it's more than 14 or something like that. And the President of the Republic announced land reform in 2011. We are in 2017 and it's still in the draft. So this is a major issue. Meanwhile, in the background, civil society, the CSOs are working to have, major issues being taken into consideration into this land reform, but we don't know how far that's going to be successful, so we keep pushing. So that's a major setback we're facing in the country. The characteristic of this ordinance is that it confers on the state the master of the land and the forest, and local communities are just mere users and have no property rights. So again, previous speakers have emphasized on the fact that after independence, most African countries emphasize their efforts more on economic growth, which was very normal at the time. But today, with the current development challenges, it is necessary to take into consideration the different emerging trends. We have communities that are seeking for recognition of their rights. We have the women, we have indigenous people, we have the youth, we have climate change, we have all that is taken into consideration. So land doesn't only need to be seen as an economic asset, but also seen as an asset that can enable the state to achieve its development goals. So major challenges. The ordinance of 1974, again, as I earlier said, it's emphasized on economic growth. And this would entail the transformation of rural areas by the engagement of the state in large-scale agriculture and development projects. So the backbone of development is going to be agriculture. And that would entail the use of land that primarily belongs to the local communities. Also, one of the major setbacks is that their processes for registration are really long, complex, and expensive. And most of the people, the local communities, cannot afford it. And if they have to drag their way through. And that's a nightmare. There's a lack of synergy between the different ministries that we will land. We have MINCAF, MINFOG, the Ministry of Mining, Forest, Wildlife. All those ministries do not, there's a lack of coordination between the different activities. There are weak decentralized entities. The disregard of the customary tenure, which has contributed to the disempowerment of many traditional local communities. We also have fragmented communities. Communities are not unified already within the community, so that's very difficult for them to speak as one. And there's little or no access to information on development projects which impact their lifestyle. So there's a need to reconcile, as I just said, environmental conservation with the exigencies of economic development in Cameroon, as many other developing countries cannot be overemphasized. So now let me go straight to the strategy, which we have nicknamed Go for D, which means Gouvernance foncière pour le développement inclusive, responsible land governance for inclusive development. And WWF as an NGO has worked in Cameroon since 1992, and it strives to influence decision making. We do not put ourselves in the place of the state, but we try to support the state and influence its decisions. And we have already in the past worked a lot on land, and our key contributions date as far back as the 1990s, but the major ones will be advocacy with the parliament and the government and other stakeholders for an integrated national land use plan that safeguards the national parks. Again, as a core of our job, environmental protection, we work a lot with national parks, on national parks, and their preservation of the wildlife and biodiversity within those national parks. 2010, we have to set up the Technical Monitoring Committee of the National Forum on Integrated Management of Natural Resources. We also conducted a legal review with external and internal scholars on land tenure and environmental protection, risks of conflicts and possible solutions. We developed a regional spatial mapping in collaboration with a research center, which is known as CIHAD, to determine the go and no-go zones, because there was a major issue of overlapping permits and uses of land. So, I'll brush that fast. Okay, so our policy and our strategy is based on our principles for land use, which go from ecological to social and to economic, and that will remind you of the 3 pillars of sustainable development. That's exactly on what our principles are based on. And now the strategy goal for D, just a brief anecdote. Actually, we have in the past implemented different strategies. For the first time, we're trying to bring all of that together, combine all that to give the goal for D. And that would enable us, the key elements of goal for D would enable us to promote the voluntary guidelines on responsible land governance, and will also be aligned with 9 SDGs ranging from 1, 2, 1 which is no poverty, 2, 0 hunger, 5, gender equality, 10, reduce inequalities, up to 17. You have the list of the SDGs, so you can check that. Good. The project also shall focus on 4 investment clusters in 3 landscapes, namely Campoman, Mount Cameroon, and Freedom. Freedom is an association of 3 geographical areas ranging from Cameroon, Gabon, and Congo, if I'm not wrong. The characteristics of this site, why do we choose these clusters? It's because they're heavily dense in terms of forest. There's a huge habitat of indigenous people and wildlife, and it attracts a lot of investment in agriculture, mining, logging, and deep sea ports, and name it. And this results in a conflict of interest of the different stakeholders, and that's why we chose to carry out that project in those clusters. The target, we're going to target communities, the local councils, the state actors, decision makers, CSO, and multi-stakeholder platforms. The actions, I will brush briefly through this. It goes from case studying in the different communities to raising awareness to carrying out land registration. As with the communities, we're going to work to assess the assets within their communities, enable them to be resilient when we have these development projects that come in, tackle corruption. We have to help them to be able to denounce this, and this will be done through workshops, meetings, build transparent and effective and accountable land tenure systems. We're also going to, a major component is to enhance and build capacity of CSOs, the grassroots organizations, so that they can take it up from there. Raise awareness, advocacy, and capitalize on achievements and the lessons learned. Who are we going to work with? Research institutions, the state, the parliament, civil society organizations, to name it. So, present and foreseeable challenges. Even though we've had to test this in the past, we already know what the present context in Cameroon looks like. And so we can already predict what our challenges are going to be. The first is that land tenure is a constant evolving problem. The second is that there's a lack of a clear and a final solution. Go for D is not the ultimate solution, but it's a stepping stone. It's already a solution. It's a step towards achieving what we think will be able to ensure a responsible land governance and inclusive development. Also, another challenge is the social and institutional complexity. Another one is the behavior change, which is very critical. We need to change the mentalities. And one other challenge will be the financial sustainability. This is a project that has to last 4 years, so we need to make sure that we get the proper resources to carry this up to the end. The goals, they range from political to social to environmental. The major ones would be to get the communities to be more unified and resilient, secure formal and informal rights of indigenous people, empower CSOs, sensitize decision makers on the impacts of development projects. So our expectations, of course, the very first one would be to get advice. Has this been carried in other countries? What may work, what will work, what do we change, how do we look at this differently? Sharing of experience, and of course, funding and donors and partners who are willing to work with us on this. Thank you.
yourself and also for staying on time, keeping time. We remain in Cameroon and on the same topic of the nexus, so the conflict between environmental protection and agricultural development. So France is going to talk about whether these conflicts or how these conflicts are linked to policies or strategies. And he's a PhD student at the University of Antwerp in Belgium.
Thank you, Effie, and thank you, Esther, for throwing a lot of light on what I'll be talking on. I'll be looking at the conflict between agricultural development and environmental conservation in Cameroon. Is it a problem of strategy or is it a problem of outdated policy? I'll be working on a case study which is the border between Cameroon and Nigeria. That case study is very peculiar because of its high international interest. We have the cross river gorilla and the chimpanzee, which are of very high, critically endangered species. So it's one of the most interesting areas. And when we look at the scenario between the conflict between policy making, implementation, institution, and stakeholder, there's kind of a global view like this when you have a lot of people kind of having conflicting ideas, and you have the local people accusing the local government, and the donors, the NGOs, and all of that. And as I said, the major conflict is there is an important species that needs to be conserved. And on that same piece of land, the local people have the main source of livelihood of the local people are there. So there are no alternatives. But now the area has to be created into a protected area. So the major issue, which is a very big conflict now, is between the local people with the source of livelihood and now the creation of the protected area, which is also very important for the conservation of the gorilla. So how are the different parties reconciling this, and what are the way forward? So I argue from the perspective of community-based natural resource management that says that in order for effective management of conservation to take place, there have to be involvement of the local people. You have to work in collaboration with the local people. And looking at the tropical regions, most of the conservation area in the Congo Basin are taking place deep in the heart of the forest, and there are communities that rely on that forest for their livelihood. And most often, conservation always suggests that agriculture is a big threat to conservation. On the other hand, the local people are seeing conservation as a threat to their livelihood. In most cases, some alternatives have been proposed, but there is still a very big conflict in trying to come up with a solution. Why in most cases the local people feel not really secure with the approaches that are being used in the field, and kind of telling that they borrow knowledge or they want to impose on them. So there is issue of conflict among two regions. So the area I'm talking about is close to Nigeria, the Cross River Gorilla region, going to the Cross River state in Nigeria, and it's also very unique because the Cross River Gorilla is endemic to this area. So the conservation guys have to do everything possible to protect it. But also, as I said, the life of the local people is in danger. So I'm trying to bring up a conceptual framework that says there needs to be a linkage between conservation and development. And when we're looking at the tropical area, local development is the livelihood of the people. That's what they do for a living. And all of them are interested in the land use system. So we have agriculture on one hand and conservation on the other hand. So I argue that if they are both given equal access, social justice through the institution and policy that are governing it, then there can be a sustainable way of managing the forest where the local people can live in harmony with this animal. So I look at, I did kind of satellite image analysis to look at the area where there are conflict zones, where there are farmlands and where conservation is going on. Also look at focus group discussion, interviews, talk to the local people in order to come up with my result. And looking at different classes of land use in the area and try to look at the strength as well this was between 1986 and 2010, you see that there has been kind of increase in that area, increase in agricultural area and farmland. Meanwhile, secondary forest is also increasing, and lowland forest is kind of decreasing. And also there's a lots of rivers. Rivers have been decreasing as well. And for some reason, bare soil has also been decreasing. I did not really look into reason why. So you see, based on satellite analysis, there kind of a conflict between agricultural development and conservation, because as lowland forest is decreasing, farmland are also increasing, which suggests that there is a bigger trend that if this is not well managed, in future it might escalate to very big conflict. Now, look at the institution. How are the different institutions trying to handle this situation? What have been the institutional transition from pro-colonial region before colonization came into place and after that? When you look at the history of Cameroon forest, before colonization by the German, the forests were managed by the local people. And when the German came in, they said, no, you can manage the forest, they consider it free forest. So they relocated the people to live along the road, and now the forest was declared as the state forest. So the state had a major priority in the land. And this continued up to 1994 when the new forestry law came in and said, and kind of recognized the right of the people to come in co-management. And now you have the policy like the community forest policy that now enable the local people to manage their own forest, and other foresters that also enable the local people to come in management. But how has it been effective? And also, yeah, you see the two periods of policy change is before 1994 and after the 1994. I'm more interested in what happened when the local people were accepted as part of the forest management and what has been done so far. Now, looking at all the dynamics of the conflicts that have been going on, what has been the argument? What are the local people saying? What's the NGO saying and all of that? The main point is that the main conflict were attributed to the fact that the process of transferring forest management rights to local institutions were unsustainable. This was due to poor stakeholder participation. Okay, this is in relation to the creation of protected area, the area where I'm working in. When an area is named as a protected area, management is transferred from the local people, in parentheses, to the local government, which is being headed by the conservator. So now, before it considered that the whole management of the forest is under the local authorities, but when it is a protected area, the local community is only represented by the forest traditional, the traditional council, which forms just like a small body. And also, when you look at the processes that lead to the creation of protected area, out of all the things, there are about 5 different steps when you analyze the policy, what they're supposed to do, the technical note. It's still very bureaucratic, although the local people are being named as one of the main protectors. You see, the local people are being named, are being kind of recited only by the traditional, the head of the community of the traditional people, represent the local people. And in this case, we realize that the head of the community does not represent the whole interest of the community. In some cases, due to the way the system works, he could as well negotiate the will of the traditional people based on his own personal interest. And also, there is also a big concern that the forest conservation policy does not prioritize local livelihood. For instance, the area where I survey, it has been declared protected area, which means that the local people can go inside to carry out any farming, but then those who had farm in the forest were not compensated. And there were no assessment to actually say, okay, we're going to compensate you. So because of this, we have some people that have to go in the forest, just cut the forest because they don't want conservation. And also because when the area is protected, they are not, the policies are not as strong to start implementing the law. They don't have enough money to put in place eco-gap and all this. It's kind of a process. So the local people use that advantage to say, okay, instead for us to allow conservation to take place, we can go in, check as what we have as the number of pieces of land or farmland as we want, and before conservation comes in, we'll have somehow attain our own fair share. Now, I talk about the bureaucratic institution, which is still more of state management, although the state also gives the NGO kind of a third-party right to manage it. But the analysis shows that the NGO also most often act as a parastatal, like representing the state, because they have to come back to the state to take any right or to do any other thing they have to do. And in most cases, when there's an evaluation of the protected area, they have to go back to the state to come back and validate if they can go ahead or not. You see that the NGO cannot do anything without the approval of the government. So despite the decentralization, the government really have a bigger role and can say if this is going to go on or not. So we see that agricultural expansion is a very big potential threat. Even where the law is passed, it's not being effective in the field, and local people can still go in and do whatsoever they like because the government does not yet have that capacity or the financial resources to implement all the rules as in terms of protecting the area. So these are complex issues that need to be handled by the government when they're declaring a protected area. And in my own point of view, I feel that there needs to be a system where the local people should be more empowered to push ahead most of this stuff. Because the people that are being empowered to monitor protected area or national park are more of state NGOs that come from outside. And the local people most often don't recognize them as part of them because there's always this argument, they don't live with us, they don't know how we see, they don't know how we live, so they can assess what we really need. So there is a strong need for the government or the conservation organization to see how they can instead empower the local people to push this idea ahead. With that, they can see more inner security and try to come up with some sustainable conservation farming practices that can incorporate both conservation and agriculture. And if they are in the root or in the middle of the decision, they are more secure that it is being put in place by them. But most often, it is being designed from the outside and it comes like a suggestion. And because most often they are not part of it, they don't really feel belong in the whole process. Thank you.